Hi, friends. Hang on. You won't. Someone wants to say hello, but I just need to make sure I'm here first because your little hat's peeking. Hi, you guys. Can you see me? What is going on up here with my doo-doo-doo?
Oh, your iPad's
You guys in the chat, pop on. Let me know that you're here, that you can see me. Okay. Hey, Sammy, stop pressing those things. Don't press
I'm
things.
getting your video up.
I know, I appreciate it. Some of you that were with me the early days of COVID, this is all going to, okay, good, is all going to kind of ring a bell because Sam, yep, Kim, Sam's here. Here's Sam. Here's tall
Hi,
Sam.
Kim.
Here's tall Sam.
you,
Anyhow,
Mamba.
he wanted to say hello. So, Kim, I'm glad you were on so that you could see him because you like Sam. All right, you going?
Probably.
Okay, you have your stuff's. Hold on, you guys. Just have to mom for 1 second. Your stuff's in the dryer. No, sorry. It dinged though. You need to put it in the dryer. Okay. Hello. Sorry. All right. So now you guys, if anyone needed a few extra minutes to get their wits gathered, then you had them, like me. Anyhow, hi friends. So I'm just checking out the chat. Sammy,
Where do you want your towels?
you can put them on my bed. Okay, sorry. Sam's home for a couple weeks, so readjusting to having a child at home, a man child. Anyhow, all right, friends. So I know, doesn't he look different? I know, Mimi, his hair, he got all the hair growth genes in our family. His hair grows like crazy, and it is long. Not my favorite, but you know what? Not my hair. So I always say you do you, which I guess I have to make that apply to other people as well, right? Okay. Hi, everybody. I know it's been, well, for some of you, it's been like 3 weeks that since I've seen you because we haven't been doing our Saturday sessions. So others, we may not see each other very often because you may only tune in when I do a class, or maybe you haven't joined me before. So whatever it is, welcome. As we are working, know that there is a chat that takes place in YouTube. And it's on the right-hand side of my screen when I see it. So it may be on the right-hand side of your screen. But there are people in there just kind of chatting back and forth that have been saying hi. They've been saying hi to me and to Sam. That's a great place if you are watching live to ask questions, because for the most part, I can follow along with that chat in a class like this, because it is not moving. The chat's not moving very quickly once we get started because you guys are all working, but that is a great place to ask questions. So if you're watching live, chat's a good spot. If you're not watching live, so if you're watching the replay, even if you're a little bit, I won't say behind, if you joined a little bit late and you're not in the chat, if you're also live and not in the chat, if you have questions, kind of the best place for that is in the comments on the video. Once the video is done, I get notified right away when you leave a comment on the video. So in the comments, not the chat. And then I can respond to your question there. Or you can always go to my website and just click contact us, and I'll be notified there as well. Okay, you guys. Hi, Patty. Patty and Petra. Is Petra new? Maybe? Maybe not. Hi, Terry, Sarah, Pamela, Michelle. All right, Kari. Okay, guys, Anna, we're going to go ahead and get started. But before we do, let's talk about our plan for this evening. We will be together about 3 hours. And if you are not watching live, it will still be about 3 hours. If you're watching the replay, you can at any time come back and watch that. You can rewind, you can fast forward. If you are watching live, you can pause and you can rewind. You can't fast forward though unless you've rewound, because time travel, as far as I know, it doesn't work yet. So if you need a little bit more time as we're working, when I get ready to move on to the next page, I'll always try to remember to say, I'm going to move on, but if you need a little bit of extra time, you can pause the video. Yes, Sammy?
You wanted just the trash taken out, not the recycle, or both?
If you could do both, that'd be awesome. Okay, I put Samuel. Oh my gosh, I hope you guys didn't hear that.
I'm a 20-year-old, well, I don't care.
That's a 20-year-old. I know, the 20-year-old just burped out loud. of course, right here. Oh goodness, you gotta love them, but stop that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Antics with Sam and Mom. Okay, hold on. We're a little crooked there. We'll fix that in a minute. Hi, Patty. Okay. I know, wouldn't time travel be cool? All right, I'm gonna get totally sidetracked tonight. It's just gonna happen because we haven't been doing this for a while. So let's get a little Scatter the squirrel, because I think there'll be some squirrel moments for sure. Okay, yes, about 3 hours. You can take as long as you need, because we are, even though we're live, it's also being recorded. So you can stop and start. You can come back tomorrow. You can come back next week. You can come back next year. The video will always be here. You just need to keep hold of the link that I sent you in both emails, either in the initial email or the reminder email. Same link, but you will not see this class on my YouTube channel. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you won't see it there, because it is it's a class that's only for people that purchased the kit or that purchased access to the kit, access to the instructions and the class. This class, it went really, really fast. It shocked me. And I wish I could get more from Simple Stories, but I can't because they're out of most of it. Anyhow, so about 3 hours tonight, we will start out by taking everything out of our binder and then putting everything back in. We will work on some cutting. So cutting our 12 by 12 papers, and then we'll get started. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. Let me just check. Yes, Kim said it perfectly. Kim said, take your time and enjoy every step. You don't have to move fast at all. And that is the beauty of us all being together, even though we're not together in person, because it's recorded. That gives you all the time in the world to kind of do it at your leisure. All right, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to flip the camera. Then I'm going to turn on the overhead lights. So bear with me for 1 sec. We're going to flip. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And let's get some lights. I think it's going to be toasty. Roasty toasty. All right, I'm just now watching my screen to see, because my screen hasn't changed yet. So, yes, Kim, 3 boys plus your adopted Sam. That's so fun. Patty has 4, so she understands. Yes. Males, right? All right. So what do we have going on here? I'm just a little bit delayed. So while I am waiting to see, there we go. Okay. So that's what I was afraid of. I need to make a quick adjustment. I was filming some flip through videos of my traveler's notebooks and adjusted our, my little arm here. So let me get that reset for us. See if we're better. I think we'll be better. It's just that I can't see it. All right. All right, let me move. I've got loads of stuff here. Loads of stuff that we will be playing with. So let's get some of that stuff out of the way and get us straightened out again. All right, so as I mentioned, we are going to start out by taking everything out of our binder and putting everything back in. Thank you. Mimi, yes, is set to do not disturb, not plugged in. So here we go. We wouldn't get very far without that. All right. What do we have going here? Looks like I'm frozen. Are you guys still there? Somebody pop in the chat and tell me frozen. I know. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Yes, so. Oh, there we go. Okay. Woo. Boy. The little internet, YouTube decided to, you can see my little head in there as I'm trying to look underneath. Decided to give us a little bit of, keep us on our toes tonight. All right, so let's start out by getting everything out of the way except for our album. And I actually need both, so I know which order we're putting things in. So our album, if you haven't worked with these albums before, or if you have, but if you haven't worked with them with me before, my first tip in working with these, and you guys literally have done hundreds of these. I worked for Simple Stories for 6 years, used them before, and have continued to use them after because they're pretty awesome. My first tip or trick in working with these is that when you try to open them, they don't really stay open, right? They kind of hang up in the air. And that makes it really hard to work with. Even if you push it down, even if you put something on top of it, it's going to make it really hard to work with. What we need to do, this is basically one continuous piece of chipboard. So it's not a front cover and a back cover, one continuous piece. It has been scored at these 2 points. So those 2 points right there. But what we need to do, we need to loosen that up a little bit so it lays flat. So I always will take it and gently, right? We don't want to break it, but gently, one end in each hand, and I just kind of bounce it a little bit. I don't know if bounce is the right word, but there we go. So just by doing that, that will make it lay flat. So much easier to work with when you do this. You don't necessarily, you don't want to, turn all Hulk on me or Popeye the Sailor Man and really, really bend it. I've never seen anyone break one of these after I've kind of told them to do that, but, just be careful anyway. All right, so there we go. As we open the binder, go ahead and take everything out. There are basically 4 different things in these binders. Let me make a little bit more room. When I say 4 different things, you have the colored pages. So the color of the inside pages always coordinates with the color of the spine. And Simple Stories has, oh my gosh, I think 9 or 10 different colors. So we have those. Keep those together in one stack. Right below that, we have the white pages. And these are kind of the office-y looking pages. The dot grid, the lined, and then I call this one ledger just because it has numbers along the side. That is our second stack. Set those off to the side in another stack. Our third type of content, the chipboard dividers. So the chipboard dividers, go ahead and set those aside. And then you have the pocket pages. So I'm making 4 different piles. The pocket pages are, there are 3 different configurations. So there's multiples of 3 different configurations. The pocket pages on the top of the stack, if you've left them together, are the full 6x8 pockets. So just one big pocket. And those are all grouped together. You get to the middle and there are 2 4x6 pockets. Those are all grouped together. And then at the very end, you have 2 3x4s and a 4x6. So let's keep all of those together in one stack. 6x8 on top, 4x6 in the middle, 3x4, 4x6 on the bottom. Now we're going to put all these things back in the order that we'll be working on them. Now, we will be adding additional pages. We'll be creating some new pages, but we will put all of these pages that are pre-made back in. The very first one we're going to start out with is the first of the 3 chipboard dividers. So it has the tab up at the top. So go ahead and put that in like you've already read that first page of the book. Next up, we have our first pocket page, and that is going to be the bottom of the stack. 2 3x4s and a 4x6. So we'll pop that guy in next. Next up, we are to the office-y stack, and we are working with this ledger. So the ledger has the numbers along the left, and then the lines on the right. Next up, we have another pocket page. So this is one of the 4x6, 4x6 pocket pages. And I know that's right in the center of my stack. So 4x6, 4x6 has a 4x6 pocket on top and a 4x6 pocket on the bottom. If at any time just remember that pause button is your friend. So if anytime you need to pause, you can go ahead and pause and then continue. All right, next up, we have the first of our black pages. And that, the first one we're using is this. This reminds me of a prisoner, right? Doesn't it kind of look like a prisoner outfit? There we go. So this is the next one. Then we have another 3x4, 4x6 pocket page. So the bottom of our stack, 2 3x4s and a 4x6. Popes. Kim, there's probably popes. There's probably reverends and cardinals and all kinds of others too. Oh boy. All right. Like Lil, let's keep to the teaching and not the jokes. How about that? Okay, next up, one of our white pages. And this one, dot grid. So all the little dots. This one reminds me of when I was a kid, you'd play the dot game. Like if you went out to dinner with your parents and you were totally bored, you'd get a piece of paper and you'd make all the dots and then you'd try, anyhow, dot game, dot grid. After that, we have a 6x8 pocket page. So this guy, Kim, you use the dot grid at work a lot. You play a lot of dot game at work. Okay. Oh, or you use the one at work a lot, the Popes thing. I don't know which one you're talking about. Okay, next one. Our 6x8 pocket page. Ever worked as a Jungle Cruise captain? Oh my gosh. Okay, I think that would be the most fun job of all. On the Jungle Cruise at Disneyland. Now they have their script, right? But sometimes they go off script. If you guys know me, I'd be off script all the time. Okay, this guy. 6x8 pocket page. See, I just have to throw in all these little tidbits and jokes. Those of you that need a little extra time, you have a little bit of extra time. Okay, next up, we are the diagonal. So black page, diagonal, that goes in next. Right after that, we have another chipboard divider. This is the second of our 3 chipboard dividers. Tab in the center. And don't worry if you get something out of order. When we start working on that page, if you don't have that page, it'll become pretty evident pretty quickly. And then you'll just find it. All right, next up, we have another one of our pocket pages in the center of our stack. It is a 4x6, 4x6 pocket page. Oh, that's not, I didn't quite go to the center. There we go. 4x6, 4x6, 2 4x6 pockets. Then we have the graph paper. So all the little squares. That one is next. Then we have a large 6x8 pocket. Large 6x8 pocket page. Valerie, almost home. Did you get caught in traffic? Oh no, it's late for traffic. All right, this guy next. So really quick, one thing I want to mention. If you are taking a class with me in person, or if you are doing a class with me like this, where you have the written instruction, but you also have the video, this part's really easy because I walk us through where every page goes. If you're not doing that, and you're just working from the instructions will always tell you what page you should be working on first. So this first one tells us chipboard divider. That was the very first page that we put in. Next one, chipboard divider back. These are the instructions for what you're doing on the back. This guy we're going to make. This one, 3x4, 4x6 pocket page right there. So it makes it pretty easy whether you're watching along or not to know what you should be working on. You don't necessarily have to stare at the picture to try to figure out what it is. That little kind of bold section header will tell you what you should be working on. Okay, next up, another one of our pocket pages. This is a 3x4, 4x6. and it is at the bottom of our stack. 3x4, 4x6 pocket page. After that, we have this guy. Hi, Irene. Irene said, my very first class, very excited. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you popped into the chat, Irene. If you didn't hear me say this before, maybe if you weren't here yet, just know that you can always pause. So as we're working, if you need a little bit more time, you can hit pause and then you can continue. So sometimes that's helpful. All right, so next one is the kind of, well, it's the large polka dot, but they're kind of a little skiwampus polka dot. So I think that's really fun. Large polka dot. Then we have the last of our 3 chipboard dividers, our tab at the bottom. Then we have the lined insert. So like the notebook paper, that one is next. And then we have another pocket page. This one is a large 6x8 pocket. So probably at the top of our stack again. Large 6x8 pocket is next. We have our small scattered polka dot. We have a 4x6 pocket page. And then the very last one that I have is a full 6x8 pocket. So at this point, if you have anything else in addition to or besides a full 6x8 pocket, don't panic. Just go ahead and add it right there at the end of your book. That way, as we're working and you go, oh my gosh, I don't have that. You know where it is. You know it's at the end of your book. So we'll just kind of hold it in place there. All right, everybody good? We are now going to set this aside for a minute. We will trade this guy out for our trimmer. We are going to trim some papers. So grab your instructions. Grab your papers and grab your trimmer. Okay, I have to rearrange things again. This is a constant shuffle for me because I have 2 books. All right, let's go to the back of our instructions. So right here, note, start with cutting instructions on last page to begin. Actually, before I do that, let's just talk about a couple of things. Supply list. So here I have listed the different supplies that I recommend that you have with you. I also included a few optional supplies. So as I start working with some of those optional supplies, I'll mention them. And then if you don't have them and you decide you want to add that, I'll tell you where you can find them. As I am working, I use all kinds of different tools and things. And when I teach, sometimes people are like, oh, you know what? I really like that hole punch. Where can I find that? Or where can I find that adhesive or whatever it is? So you will also find a lot of those things on my website right there under favorite supplies and accessories. I have done a flip through of the completed project. So if you didn't catch that, that is here on my YouTube channel. So where I flip through and kind of talk through every page. Sometimes that's helpful to kind of go back and watch just to give you a feel for maybe what a particular page looked like if you didn't quite catch and you're working on something later. Last thing right here. I have a link to a video where I walk you through how to print smaller photos. So how to print 2x2 and 3x4 photos. You don't have to have a fancy printer to do it. You can send your photos still out for, out for printing if you do that. But basically it uses a free app called Project Life. And everything that you end up printing is on a 4x6, but you're telling the 4x6 what actually goes on there, whether it's 2 3x4s on a 4x6 or maybe 6 2x2s on a 4x6. So that is usually pretty helpful as well. Connie, I know Kim has one too. I love this cutter. I mean, I've been scrapbooking, crafting for like 25 years. I've used so many different trimmers. And this one has my heart. It works really, really well. So I'm glad you like it. Okay, Oh, and Sarah did too. Good for you. Amazon dollars. I don't even know what Amazon dollars are. I might have to look into that. I don't know what they are. I spend lots on Amazon. Okay, so we are going to the last page of our instructions. Mimi has one too. Yeah, it's a good one. Last page of our instructions. So the very first thing, hi Melanie. The very first thing instructions tell us to trim the barcode strips off of all the papers and save them. So we don't necessarily have to do that all up front. I think I'll do that as I work on a paper. Before I start cutting it, I will cut the product strip. Just make sure you save those. So I always try to put that at the very beginning of the instructions, the cutting instructions, just so it's clear that we want to save those because we can do some fun things with those. The first paper that we're working with, oh, there we go. Amazon credit card rewards. Yes, Sarah, I know what that is. Because I buy a lot on Amazon for my business. So yes, I signed up for an Amazon credit card way early on. All right. So the very first paper that we're going to be cutting is this one. This paper I love. Those of you that did the Midsummer Traveler's Notebook Kit with me, this looks familiar because I also used it for that project because I loved it so much. But let's take a look at something here real quick before we cut. You'll notice the cutting instructions in the diagram actually has us cutting some off the top and some off the bottom. The reason I am having us do that is because I want as much of that really beautiful design to show on my cover as possible. I don't want it to be bottom heavy. I don't want it to be top heavy. I want it to be centered. So that's why we're going to cut this paper a little bit differently than we normally do. So with that said, let's take a look at the cutting instructions. First, let's cut that product strip off. Set that guy aside. I know, right? So much of this collection, I think you could wallpaper with, do fabric with. It's just, it's so pretty. I love it. Okay, measuring from the left side of the paper, trim a 6.5 by 12 inch piece. So measuring from the left side, we want to trim it at 6.5. Okay, so there we go. Left side, 6.5. That's the start of what we need for our cover. That's as wide as we need it. Now we need to make it tall. I mean, sorry. Now we need to trim it. We don't want to make it tall. We need to make it shorter. Trim 1 3/4 inches from the top of the left piece. So this is our left piece. Trim 1 3/4 inches from the top. So there we go. 1 3/4 inches from the top. Basically, we just cut off all of the yellow. 1 3/4 from the top. I don't remember if we save this or not, so let's go ahead and save that. Put that with your product strip. Using the cover as your guide, trim the bottom of the left piece so it fits the cover. So this is something that normally I don't do. Normally I would say, hey, listen, go ahead and cut this at 1 3/4 and this at 1 3/4 and you'll be fine. But in this case, I didn't do that because this is not necessarily an easy measurement. What I mean by that, this ended up being like 8 5/16 or something like that. Don't cut it to 8 5/16. I'm just throwing that off. But I figured it was easier so we get an exact placement. Go ahead and line that up to the top. Grab your pencil or your pen, whatever you have handy to write with, and just make a little notch. Make a little mark. Right there. And then come in and trim that. That way you know it's the exact size. Let's see what that ended up being. See, that is the reason we did that. That is 1 and like 9 1/2/16. So if I had said, hey, trim to 1 9 1/2/16, all of our heads would have like blown off because that's hard, right? It's hard to figure out where that is on your trimmer, especially if your trimmer doesn't have 16ths. Here's a little kind of tidbit. when I design an album, a project like this, I don't measure ahead of time, right? I don't measure, I don't cut and then adhere. I figure out where I want it to go and I adhere it, and then I go and trim everything off after the fact. There's really not a right or wrong way to do it, but that's what I do. All right, next up, no pre-war needed. Kari, you're right. There's no pre-war needed. There's also no pre-work needed. Okay, so next up, let's talk about the width of this paper. If you line the left edge up with the black, you will notice you have a little bit hanging off the edge, probably about 1/8 of an inch. Exact same reason here that I had us cut to this size. If I had said, oh, now trim this guy, it should be 6 11/16, whatever it is, wide. It's just easier to do it this way. So you have a choice. If you would like this to butt right up against that, then you can go ahead and adhere, and then you would just trim this excess off. One reason why you may not want to do that, this little kind of linen binding that's on here, those aren't always perfectly straight. So if you butt your paper up against that, if you're not perfectly straight here, then you're not going to be perfectly straight there either. What may be easier is to take this edge of the paper is going to the edge of your album, and then this edge is now straight. We know it's straight if we cut it straight. That is going to overlap this just a tiny bit, and that's perfectly okay. We're also going to end up covering this edge with ribbon. So you can decide kind of if you want it to be more flush with the right edge and to be a little bit over here, or you want this flush here and have a little bit extra that you trim off. All right. Not everything I do I'll explain to that extent, but assuming that you really like working with albums like this, I think it's helpful to kind of share my little tips and tricks and techniques on how I work with them. One of the optional supplies that I had on the list was a glue stick. I've just recently started adding glue stick as an optional supply because I now carry them on my website. Prior to that, when I would talk about a glue stick, I'd get so many questions. Glue stick? What, you mean like the ones in the dollar store? Or does it have to be a special kind of glue stick? Is it a specific crafting glue stick? So really, you can use any glue stick. The reason I like to use glue stick when I am adhering my paper to the cover is because I want my glue to go all the way to the edges, So that way, this paper is not going to lift over time. If you've worked with mini books in the past, sometimes you'll notice the edges kind of start to lift a little bit, especially if it's a project that gets handled a lot. So that helps prevent lifting of the corners over time. But the other reason is that with a glue stick, I am able to get complete coverage on the entire cover, which means I am not going to have any air bubbles. Oftentimes what I see, and there's nothing wrong with it, if you want to use, you do you, if you want to use your tape runner or whatever you like to tape, or whatever you like to use to adhere, usually what I see people do is strip, 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 strip. And by doing that, you're creating little air bubbles between those strips. Generally, you're not seeing those when you're doing that, when you're working with a regular piece of paper. But for some reason, you may start to see those on a project like this. So that's what I like to use, and that is what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I just rub that glue stick all the way to the edge, all the way to the edge. Whoopsie, all the way to the edge, all the way along here. I'm not worried if I get a little bit of glue stick on the black part because I'll be covering that either with the paper or with the ribbon. See how I have that, like it's basically the entire surface has glue on it. And it doesn't have a ton, right? But I can see that the entire surface, it's like it's glazed, right? The entire surface is covered with glue. That's the only time I'm going to use a glue stick in class, but it makes the world of difference in my opinion. All right, so I'm going to come in and line up my edge like that. Now, if I don't take this extra step right now, I got some glue on my table. Let me kind of get that off because I don't want that to stick to something else. If I don't take this extra step right now, all of this is kind of for naught. I need to make sure now to press down on those edges so that that glue is nice and secure in the edges, right? So my edges now are nice and secure. But the other thing I want to do, we talked about air bubbles in the center. I don't want air bubbles in the center. So I generally will take that and I just come in and turn it over. If you have a brayer, you could get your brayer out. So when I say brayer, I mean this guy. So you can either use kind of that part of your hand. That's just going to make sure that you get all those air bubbles out. Or you could use your brayer and get all of your air bubbles out. When you do that, you want to make sure, again, all the way to the edges. All right, last thing that I do with, oh boy, this thing has seen better days. Last thing that I like to do is take a little sandpaper or sanding block, and let's get this. I just like to give the edge a little bit of a sand. Normally, I'm leaving the edges raw. With this particular project, I'm not. When I say raw, I sand the edges, and that just kind of gives it a little bit more of a finished look. But in this case, I'm going to sand and then also ink the edges because there's two distress colors that looks like they were meant for this collection. I'm trying to do this without making a mess. Usually, but so you can still see what I'm doing. Usually, I would be doing this over the garbage can, big garbage can. But you want to do it over some kind of garbage so that you're not getting that little, all that sand over on your work surface. Yeah, it's time to retire my sanding block here. I know, Patty, I'm inking. I don't use ink very often, friends, in a project like this, just because I'm a bit of a control freak and it's kind of hard to control placement of ink. But I'm doing it on this one. I used it in a whole bunch of different ways. All right, there we go. And then go ahead and, whew, I made a mess. Wipe all that off and we're good to go. So I won't be using sanding block or glue stick anymore. So I'm going to put those away just so they're not getting in my way. Where does that go? Oh, there we go. All right. Next up. Oh, this is really funny. I got so carried away. We didn't finish cutting. So let's put this off to the side. Let's go back to cutting. Goodness me. All right. Save this guy. We'll, oh no. Eek. Now we'll cut it. All right. Let's finish cutting. Okay, back to our cutting diagram. We have our right side. Trim the other piece to 8 inches tall. So this is the piece that we had left over. We're trimming that to 8 inches tall. So we'll have a 4-inch and an 8-inch. Go ahead and put those off to the side. Our next paper that we're trimming is the yellow. So go ahead and cut the product cut the product strip off, cut the product strip off. Save that one as well. We're going to save all of those. You missed me, squirrel. I know, right? Okay. So with this guy, there really is no direction to this pattern. I mean, it has kind of some pattern on it. Looks like kind of an envelope, the back of an envelope, but we're not paying attention to that. So go ahead. We want to trim this to 2 6-inch wide by 12-inch tall pieces. So we're going to cut it in half. 6-inch wide, 12-inch tall. Trim a 6-inch wide and a 4-inch tall. So we go, it's already 6. So there's my 4x6. It said trim a 6x4 and a 6x7. So this is still 6, and we'll make that 7. So we have a 4x6 and a 4x6, 7x6. Oh, okay. With my other half, we need another 4x6. So let's cut that. Yes. And then we need 4 3x4s. So we need to do that 6. We'll go ahead and trim that in half. So there's 2 3x6 pieces. Sorry, 2 3x8 pieces. 2 3x4s. And 2 3x4s. All right. So with that, we ended up with 4 3x4s, 2 4x6s, and a 7x6. Those will also go in our stack. So I'm just keeping a stack over to the side, and as much as I can, I will try to keep everything that's similar together, just because that'll make it a lot easier when I'm trying to find something later. This piece, so here's one thing. Teal, for some reason, is very, very, very hard. Aqua, teal, whatever you call this color. It's super hard to photograph. So if you notice well, it's hard to photograph, but it's also hard to print because this is not a photograph. That is a JPEG. But printers, for some reason, have a really hard time with that color. So you're not missing anything. That color is this piece. Anytime in the project or the instructions, if you're seeing something that looks way more teal than what you have, it's just the printer has a hard time interpreting it. All right, so we have our product strip we're cutting off of this guy. Oopsie. Sometimes there we go. I get cutting too fast. I know this color, this is like Tiffany blue. It's so pretty, I love it. All right, trim a 5-inch tall by 12-inch wide piece. 5 by 12. From that piece, trim a 5 by 5. And a 5 by 7. Yep, we're good. 5 by 5, 5 by 7. Off to the side. Trim a 6-inch wide by 7-inch tall. 7 by 6. And a 5 by 3.5. Hold on, let me just make sure. That's my 7 by 6. Okay, off to the side. Really quick. Oh, they're the same. 7 by 6. That makes sense. And a 5 by 3.5. So let's make that 5. And it doesn't really matter how you get the 5 by 3.5 because we're not using what's left over. So 3.5 by 5. All right, this is also a 3.5 by 5. You can put both of them there. Okie dokes. Next up, we have our 3x4s. So with these next two papers, the 3x4 and the 4x4, we are not cutting these like you think we would cut them. We're not cutting each one of the squares out or each one of the rectangles out. So that's why we have cutting diagram for those. We'll be cutting some out like you think we would, but some others we're going to leave connected. Let's go ahead and trim your product strip off of this guy. Trim across all 3 rows of cards. So a quick, let's talk about terminology for a second. A row goes across, a column goes up and down. So row, column. Trim across all 3 rows. So 1 row, 2 row, 3 rows. That will give us 3 rows or 3 pieces. Okay, so there we go. That looks exactly like we had them, how they were designed. Leave the 2 squeeze me and black yellow butterflies connected together. So squeeze me and black with the yellow butterfly connected together. That means we're just going to cut right here next to the squeeze me. leave that connected together. And the lemon and teal doily. All of these we're leaving together. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's one piece we're leaving together. Trim the rest of the cards. So all of these now we can trim apart. It's hot here. It's still hot here. We're still in the middle of summer here in Utah. Oh, yeah. So what Kim just said, and I'll come back to Patty in a second. Kim just said, if you don't have this cutter, one of the nice things about the cutter that she's talking about, there is I just turned on a light. It's hard for you to see because the bar is in the way, but it has a little light switch that you can turn on. It illuminates that bar behind it, so it makes it really easy to see exactly where you're cutting. And that I find comes in really handy when you're trying to trim between two things like that. All right, then Patty said, oh, Patty, can I just say thank you for doing these classes? I have recently had a hard time getting motivated, but I join your listed sessions when I can, and a class like this gets me going again. I love that. Thank you, Patty. I hear you guys. I know. In my world, it's hard when I get to the point where I'm not motivated, because if I still have to design, then I just gotta have to keep plugging ahead. My little thing for me, what works for me when that happens is, like earlier today, I'm teaching at an event in Wisconsin in October called She Loves Color. Interestingly enough, that will be really the first time I've taught in person. That'll be in like 18, 19, probably 19 months maybe. Isn't that crazy? Last place I taught was in person was at Firefly Farm, where Patty is from in Minnesota. Okay, so where was I? What was I saying now? Oh, right. If I still have to design, I'll walk away. I'll walk away for a little while, even if it's only like 15 minutes. When I get to that point where it's like, oh my gosh, I can't be creative anymore. Put it away. Put it off to the side, work on something else, work on your outlining or something like that, that a lot of times I do. But yes, I totally get it. Sometimes if you just have a plug and play, like when I was a kid, you had the latch hook rug. Like I love to have a kit like that, just a latch hook rug, and you knew exactly what to do, and it was fun. Okay. Next up, we have the 4x4 cards. So 4x4 cards, we're going to go in and trim the product strip as well. This is another one that we're going to do a little bit of different trimming. Trim down all 3 columns of cards. So remember when we were on the 3x4 cards and we did our terminology review, row is horizontal, column is vertical. So actually I just got didn't quite get that. When I go too fast, all right, there we go. Trim down all 3 columns. So now we're trimming vertical. Column is vertical. 1. Turn that light on again. 2, 3. So there are our 3 columns. Leave the You're the Sweetest and Good Thoughts cards connected. You're the Sweetest and Good Thoughts. So these 2 cards are staying connected. We can trim the black one off of the top. Okay. And then it tells us to the lemon teal doily. Oh no, sorry, I'm on the 3x4s again. Leave the yours. Always be yourself and you make life sweeter. Always be yourself, you make life sweeter. So these are also staying connected, these 2 bottom ones. And the rest of the cards we can now trim. Petra, okay, so I'm reading this is the life. Straight line winds, which I don't know what those are. Thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and I'm crafting with my Lael tribe. I love crafting when it's thunder and lightning. I love it, love it, love it. I live in Utah, and the whole West is like on fire. California is having the worst fires that they've ever had in history, the biggest and the worst. Oregon had them for a while. Idaho had them a couple weeks ago. And we are east of all of those states, which means as the weather comes across the U.S., the wind comes across the U.S., the smoke carries. Last week, I think on Saturday, Utah had the worst air quality in the world, in the entire world for the day because of all the smoke from all the fires all around us. It's kind of crazy. Oh, Petra, you're in Michigan. And it's raining. That's fun. All right. Last two that we have. These are not fancy. They're not fancy cuts. We are just trimming all the pieces apart. Let's see. Yes, Utah, bad air quality. I know. And we're in the mountains, but yeah, bad air quality. Oh, right. And there's fires in Canada too, right? It's bad in Canada too. So yeah, it's scary right now. It is scary. Patty said it's humid in Minnesota. She's thankful for the 80s. So I had been gone. I'm just chatting while I'm cutting. So keep working while I'm chatting. I was out of town a little bit over the last couple of weeks. So if you tune in to my Saturday sessions here on YouTube, which anyone can join, not join, you have to join, you just pop in. So I was not around for 2 Saturdays in a row. The first Saturday, I was in Idaho. We have friends that have a lake house, a cabin. For those of you that are Michigan and Canada area, like a cottage, but in the West, it's called a cabin. So we went up there, girls trip for, I think, the first 4 days, and then the husbands came up, and then we had, couples trip. So that was like a Monday through a Monday, and then was home for 3 days? Then Friday, so just this past Friday, my husband and I flew to Ohio for a wedding. His boss was getting married, and so we flew to Ohio. The wedding was in Dayton, Ohio, at a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place, the Dayton Art Institute, which is an amazing museum. Very fun, lots of fun. These coworkers, well, his boss, but his not coworkers, his what's the word? I can't, whatever I'm thinking. Anyway, the people that he works with, that were at this wedding, his counterparts, there we go. I hadn't met before. Nick's worked for the same company for 30 years. I had not met these counterparts. Nick's is responsible for everything in the western part of the United States for his company. But so I hadn't met any of his counterparts from other parts of the country. So that was kind of fun to meet them and their wives. I hadn't met his boss either. His boss is, I don't know, this boss maybe 4 or 5 years, I guess. Anyhow, all that to say, it was very, very, very humid there. Very humid. In fact, during the ceremony, it thundered. Well, it was inside, so thank goodness, inside the museum. But it thundered and lightning and downpour, which, you're inside, that's good. But when you are not from a humid part of the country, like me, I'm from Utah, and Utah is not humid, and you go to a humid part of the country and it rains and it was a black tie optional wedding. So I was in my fancy black dress and my fancy hair, and yeah, that humidity, even though we were inside, wreaks havoc. So yes, I feel for you that live in the humid land. All right, so I have everything cut. We are ready to go. Pamela, your cousin used to be the education director at the Dayton Art Museum. Oh my gosh. That is so fun. Yeah, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. All right, this piece of our instructions set off to the side. If there's one less that we have to, oh yeah, Patty, my fancy hair is not, it's not fancy. But the humid made it very, flat. All right. Okay, so let's get our trimmer out of the way. We don't need that for a while. Let's get resituated. Now we're ready to roll. Now we will come back to I have a fan in here also that's trying to be the fan on my legs to keep me cool, but I had to get that resituated as well. All right, there's our cover. And here is what we are making. So let's go back to where we were. We adhered that. Oh, okay. Now I set everything off to the side. In your kit, you have lots and lots and lots of embellishments that we're playing with from the collection. Starting out with the foam stickers. So I have used the stickers that say best ever. And this is my little tip or trick when working with the foam stickers. I like to cut them off of, or cut them away from the sheet, I should say. Cut them away from the sheet. And then even here, I'm going to separate these two. I'm going to move the little B because that is going to get in my way for a second of what I'm trying to do. So if I think I want to use best ever on the cover, but I'm not quite sure where I want it to go, if I keep the stickers attached to that clear backing until I actually know where I want them to go, I can move it all around. Do I want it there? Do I want to do it like this? Do I want to do it like this? Do I want to put it down here? Do I want to stack it there? It lets me kind of have some flexibility before I have to commit. So I separated those. I would like my best to, it hits right about there. So it's coming right above that, this kind of second little hole on the doily. Right above that. That's where I put mine. And then ever is going to go below that. So the E and the S, the lowercase s, uppercase E kind of line up together. Then I'm going to add a little teal heart, the one right below Zesty, or any teal heart will do. There we go. Then I am going to, let's look at the order of how I did this. Oh, our B. So we need our B again. This is what I did with the B. I put the little B about right there, and then I drew a flight path. Okay? So what I mean by the flight path, if you read that and you're like, what the heck is she talking about? That is the bee flight path. That's the path that the bee has flown. And I just used my little black pen to do that. So I'll do that really quick on here. In a couple of other areas in the project, I did that. When we get to it again, I won't do it. You can just make a note that. So I just make little dashes. Every once in a while, I like to throw in a little loop-de-loop because I'm sure the bee doesn't fly straight, right? It has to go in a, there we go. There's our bee flight path. Other thing that I do while I have my black pen, if you are new to me, I outline everything. And when I say I outline everything, I do this. So I took my black pen. I like to use Sharpie. I have these on my website, but you can, find Sharpie anywhere. It's just a really fine tip. I just about maybe 1/8 of an inch, and I just go. I didn't use a ruler. You can use a ruler if you'd like, but you don't have to do it at all. When I'm doing the cover, I have placed my hand under there to help hold it up, just because it's a little bit easier. Anna said best ever separated from the foam. So I think what you mean by that is this little top part came off. The sticky part, well, it's basically a sticker on top of the foam. If that came off, if you have some liquid adhesive, you should just be able to glue it right back on there. I've seen that happen every once in a while. It doesn't happen often, but I've seen it happen every once in a while. So as I'm outlining, because the cover is a little bit loose, I just hold my hand underneath it to help keep it steady, and off I go. If you wanted to use a ruler, you could. All right. One of the optional things that I'm using is the Squeeze Lemonade Distress Oxide. This is like the perfect matching color for the yellow in this collection. So I have a blending tool. This in the email that I sent out, I have linked to like the blending tool, the ink colors, but basically I am just loading that up with some ink and just coming in and blending. Just kind of adding a little bit of yellow to the edge. I'm using a domed blending tool. They also have blending tools that are flat, not domed. I prefer the domed version just because when you're inking, you don't get a lot of hard edges because it's domed. Scrapbook.com has their own version of a domed, and I think that Tim Holtz has a domed one now as well. All right, so there we go. Just a little bit of ink, right? Just a little bit of ink. If you haven't worked with a blending tool before, basically it's just a little handle, and then there is a, let me see if I have another one in handy. There is a piece of Velcro right there, and then you have the little blenders or the little pads. That is the opposite part of the Velcro, whatever makes it stick. So they just pop on there like that. I think the ones that I linked to on scrapbook.com, the handle comes with like 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 of those little guys. It's nice to have more than one blender, not the tool, but the little pad, just so that you can kind of keep the colors separated. So you're not mixing up your teal with your yellow and ending up with green. All right, so that is all I'm doing with ink so far on the cover. Next up, we need to jump to our sticker book. So sticker book has this sticker that says Sweet Life. If you haven't worked with oxides before, so oxides take a little bit longer to dry. The only reason I bring that up is because I touched the top of that. I got some of that ink on my hand just because it wasn't dry. Okay, so I have used this little guy that says Sweet Life. As we're working, I mean, there are lots of these, right? There are lots of these stickers that look exactly the same. They just say different things. If you would like yours to say Squeeze Me instead of Sweet Life, go ahead, switch it out. If later we use Squeeze Me, then you just put something else in its place. But I used the one that says Sweet Life. So third down on the right. And with this, I wanted that to be popped a little bit. So I have some little foam squares. These stickers, Simple Stories has a couple of different kinds of stickers. Their 12 by 12 stickers are thicker. They're kind of like cardstock stickers. These little guys in the sticker book are paper stickers, so they're pretty thin. So just kind of be careful as you're working with them. If you have foam tape instead of foam squares, that would obviously work as well. All right, so this guy just goes right about here. That. Then we are going to our ribbon. So our ribbon goes around the inside cover and then comes back and we tie it in a bow. We're not using this ribbon for anything else. You have a yard, so you should have lots. You don't have to worry about saving any for something else. So I open that, bring this up, and I like my bow to be kind of in the top third. So I need to kind of factor that in when I am tying. And sometimes, oh, that's good. Anna had a great suggestion. Anna put her sticker, the Sweet Life sticker, on white cardstock to make it a little bit sturdier. Great suggestion, Anna. So if you haven't done that yet and want to do that, you can do that. So sometimes I get the bow right and the length the first time. Other times I have to come in and kind of play with it a little. So you can see I didn't quite get it there. Interestingly enough, when I teach in person and I teach a bow, I'm not really teaching a bow. This is one thing that kind of seems to hold some people up. I don't know how to tie a bow. Yes, you do. If you don't get it the first time, then just keep trying. Undo it, bring it back in, and do it again. So I'm going to have a little bit of extra, right? I have a little bit of extra length on one guy. So I won't keep messing with it. That's just going to be good enough, right? Good enough, close enough. That guy, hang on. All right, so I come in with my scissors and snip. Oh, that wasn't very good. And snip. So I'm just giving a little bit of an angled edge. Just trying to do that so you guys can still see. There we go. So a little bit of an angled edge, my little bow loops and the little tails. This part, if you want to save until later, just so you can kind of work on that bow, you can. But I'll keep going just so we can see what the process is for the rest of the pieces. All right, so next up, we have, in your kits, you had a little baggie. And in that baggie, you have the ribbon. Jane, the ribbon should be in your baggie in the kit. So you have the ribbon. You have the black and white striped baker's twine. You have a little lemon charm. Isn't that like the cutest thing? I love that charm. So we're going to take these two pieces right now, the baker's twine and that little charm. So we'll set those two off to the side. I made another little kind of, not really a charm, but it's like a little dangly, right? So this little dangly is a foam sticker. So foam sticker. When you pull that off, it is, it's sticky, right? So you have a couple of options. I would not recommend keeping it on this because eventually it's going to come off of that. If you want, you could do what Anna said. She put this sticker on a piece of white cardstock. You could put this on a piece of white cardstock or, black cardstock or yellow, whatever you have handy, just to basically make it unsticky. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, this is a powder tool. And basically, it has powder in here. This is like a de-stickifier. So, and now it's getting up my nose. It smells like my grandma. I'm just rubbing that powder all over the back of that sticker. So, if you have a powder tool like this, you could do that. That's great for de-stickifying things. If not, take a piece of white cardstock or black cardstock or yellow or something and adhere that to the back. It is completely non-sticky now. That's great little tool if you use stickers a lot and you like to use pop dots with them to give them a little bit more dimension. It'll take the sticky off. I did not do that with this sticker just because it's so thin. It's a little bit harder to do. All right, so here we go. Miss Waddell, I just have to read that. She said, I did the cover earlier today, went to cut the white cardstock and misplaced the sticker. I spent at least an hour looking for it only to find it attached to the sleeve of my shirt. Isn't that what happens? Isn't that so funny? It's either that happens, or if you have a pet. Sorry, I stepped away. I'm just looking for something. Either that happens, or you have a pet that ends up running around with it, or a kid, or roommate, or whatever. All right, so because this is a little charm or a little dangly thing, I need to poke a hole in it. So I can either use my little crocodile, the weapon, or I could use a paper piercer. So a paper piercer, oh, right here. A paper piercer to just kind of poke a hole. I could even use scissors just to kind of poke a little hole up top. You really won't see the hole because the baker's twine is going through it, and then the top of the charm will cover it up. You just want that. You just want a hole. So if you're using a crocodile like this, there are two ends. There's the larger hole and the smaller hole. I'm using the smaller hole. So I did basically right through the D in dairy. And I can't see through here because when I hit that foam is in there from last time I used it. All right, so I'm going right through the D in dairy and poking my hole. Now it can be a little charm. So I will take the lemon, and then I'm taking the baker's twine and threading through. And then I will take that and tie it around the bow. So like this. I didn't tie this in a bow or anything. I basically just tied it in a knot and then probably rotated it around a little bit so that you didn't really see the knot. But it's black and white, like your ribbon's black and white, so you really won't see it. And then I cut this excess. If you wanted to keep it there, I suppose you could, but I cut that excess off. All right. So now, oh, don't come untied on me. Sometimes if you do that, your bow's gonna come untied. I think we're good. All right, so now I didn't want this little charm just kind of flinging around. So you could either leave it like that, so it is loose and the lemon charm is flinging around, or you could take one of your little foam squares and pop it right behind that. So I did that, and then I kind of just made it off to an angle, so it just kind of looks like it's a nice little charm there. And then this guy is still free, so it's still kind of floating free, but the lemon charm is not. All right, so the thing I want to show you next, and I won't do it right now, but I will show you what I did, and then if this is something that you wanted to add after the fact, you could. Another optional supply that I had on your list was stickles. Jane, okay, Jane said you always have great ribbon selections. Where do you find them? Jane, I order from a company called May Arts. They are online, mayarts.com. They sell direct to consumer, but I buy as a wholesaler, but they sell them in bolts of ribbon, right? So this was like 30 yards or 50 yards and I bought a bunch of bolts, but that's where I find most of my ribbon because yeah, they have beautiful, beautiful ribbon. All right, what did I do with those things? These stickles. So there were two different colors of stickles that I lost. I had out that I had on, there they are, on the list of optional tools, supplies. These are probably the two that I use most. The first one is platinum. There is another one called mercury glass that they're the exact same thing. I have tested both side by side, platinum, mercury glass, they're basically the exact same thing. It's a perfect blend of gold and silver. So it's not a really bright gold, it's kind of a, I don't know, a platinum, right? Or kind of like mercury glass. So that's the first one. The other one, I think I either said frosted laced or stardust, basically just a white that has a little bit of kind of extra color in it. This is how I use that on the cover. So I added some of the platinum stickles right there at the center of the butterfly. And I didn't do a lot. It's, if you haven't worked with Stickles before, it's basically just glitter glue. About $2 a little tube, depending on where you get it. So very reasonable. I just basically squeeze just a little bit on and then use the tip to kind of move it around a little bit. So I added the platinum on the butterfly, and then I added the white. Yes, Kim. Trying more to do that. So I let you know ahead of time some of the add-ons, and then you have enough time if you'd like to find them. All right. Then the lemons throughout this collection to me just scream for this. So I added some of either the Stardust or the Frosted Lace. I can't remember which one I told you guys. But see, I'm going to try to get that up there really close. Do you see how I added just a little bit? It's moving. Just a little bit to the lemons so that it makes it look like the lemons are like juicy and glistening. That's what I did with the white. So there we go. These I have used in a couple different places throughout the album, but really if you have both of these or you have something similar to these, it's having a hard time focusing on that, but you guys can get the gist of what that looks like. I use them, or you could use them all throughout. Okay, so there we go. There's our cover. Now, as we get started, we are an hour and 15 minutes in, and that is right where we should be. Between taking everything out and getting our album all organized, between cutting our papers and then working on the cover, that's a lot. So I don't want you to be looking at the clock going, holy cow. And I should say 7:18 because I am Mountain Time. That's why it's 7:18. Kari is using Nuvo Glimmer Paste. Yep, you could use something like Nuvo. They have lots of sparkly colors. You could even use Wink of Stella. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. This is the scrapbook.com version of Wink of Stella, but I don't even know if I can get that off right now. Oh yeah, there we go. Basically, I won't even show it. You just paint, it's kind of a really clear, flat glitter that you just kind of brush on. But I won't do that now because it'll make a mess. Well, it'll just be wet. All right, so as we get going, there are going to be some things that we are skipping. We will skip the pages or the parts that we really don't need to do together because they're really simple. There's a lot of interactive stuff going on in this project. So I want to make sure that we have time to get to the interactive things. With that said, we'll skip some things, but I should say, I'm going to skip some things. If you would like to pause the video and work on the things as I skip them, then obviously you can do that. So the very first one that I'm going to skip, this is one of the 6x8 papers in our paper pad. If you haven't worked with the Simple Stories paper pads before, they're awesome. They always have 24 papers. They are double-sided. Marty, I'll have to look at that. Ribbon Bazaar. All right, so the papers are double-sided. There are 24 sheets, 2 sheets each of 12 different designs. The way their paper pads are organized, you have the first 12 sheets in the first half of the album, and then they repeat, first half of the pad, and then they repeat. So, first half of the pad, soak up the sunshine. Second half of the pad, soak up the sunshine. We use almost every paper, if not every paper in this pad. Once we've used one of the papers and you're looking for the other one, you don't have to kind of go through all the papers. You can, if we've already used one, go to the second part of the pad and then you'll know it's there. So it'll help make it a little bit easier. This one is this guy. So you're going to take that, you will adhere it to the inside cover. I do not worry at this point about using a glue stick anywhere else in the project. This is not going to the edges, so I don't have to really worry about this lifting. And part of it is even tucked under the ribbon. So I just went ahead and used my regular adhesive to adhere that. To finish this page up, and as we're skipping, I don't want you to worry because your instructions, you will always have the photo, and it will tell you exactly what I did. Adhere the 6x8 Life is Good paper so it tucks under the ribbon. Adhere the teal foam heart sticker, which is right there. Let me talk about this though for a second. Some of you may have done this with me. We did this on the Sweet and Simple file folder kit. You have an 18-inch piece of gold string, twine, whatever. We are separating the strands. Thank you, Patty. Patty said my instructions are amazing. I'm very type A. That's how I think. And it's actually part of it is selfish. The gold twine, Miss Waddell, that should be in your little baggie. So it should be in the baggie that was also with, that is also with the ribbon and the charm. So this little guy, and if not, for some reason, if yours wasn't there, and every once in a while that happens, just shoot me an email and I'll send you a piece. So, the easiest way that I found, and I kind of found this out by accident when I was doing this project, the easiest way to separate the strands is to start unwinding them and then grab the other end and just pull. And then they pull so easily. Otherwise, you are like unwinding, and everything kind of gets caught. But so I'm unwinding the strands. Let's see if it works this way too to pull. Maybe. Oh yeah, totally works. So I'm just pulling them apart. So this one I have right here still happens to have 3 of the little strands together. I don't need to separate every single strand, but I want to have fine little strings. I don't want to have one big old chunky piece of twine. So what I've done here, I've basically taken these 3 and just kind of mushed them together. Okay. In the instructions, because I can't really tell you in the instructions to mush them together because that wouldn't make sense. Although maybe it would. In the instructions, I'm telling you, oh, I did bunch up one of the strands. Bunch it up like this, just kind of bunch it up. Make it look like a big tangled mess. And I tucked that under a lemon foam sticker. So that piece of paper already has a lemon, like a half lemon slice on it, on the paper. But I took one of the foam half lemon stickers and just bunched up a bunch of that twine and then set that right on top of it. So I'm waiting for the camera to catch up. I'm about a 10-second delay, I think, from what I'm seeing. So I can't quite see it yet. I want to make sure that you guys can see that because it's really hard to see in the instructions. Do you see that right there? Just kind of that bunched up twine. It's just kind of a fun little effect. We'll do that in a couple different places throughout the album. And you have plenty if you want to play with that. But that part, good, you can see it. All right, that part, I'm not doing any part of that page right now. We just kind of talked about it. So let's now move to our first page. Our first page in our book is the first chipboard divider. So as we work, we'll first take a look at the completed page and then we will work on it. So with the chipboard divider, we have a couple of different interactive elements going on. The first one is this guy lifts up. So this is a door that opens from the bottom. And then the second one lifts open. So lifts up, lifts open. This one hinges at the top, opens from the bottom. This one hinges from the right, opens from the left. So we've got a couple of, Susan, it does. It's kind of like Christmas tinsel. All right, so there we go. So let's go ahead and get what we need to work on for that. Oopsie, my garbage. I'm going to try to keep this, actually, if we don't have to have the whole book in view, that'll make it a little bit easier. So the base of all of this, we are starting with that first chipboard divider, and then we need one of our 6x8 papers. So we need that really fun plaid. I love that plaid. That yellow and teal I think is so fun. All right, so we're going to just look through the first half of the pad. There we go. It is on the back side of the teal with the yellow butterflies. On this guy, I used a little bit of the salvaged patina ink. So 2 inks that I've used, Salvage Patina and Squeezed Lemonade. And all I did here, same thing as before. That, and then I took the piece of paper and just kind of inked the edges just to give it a little bit more of a finished look. And then also bring in a little bit of more teal so that that teal card kind of blends in nicely, I guess. Now I'm going to show you something I did on another page with the ink. Now, if you don't have the ink, no worries. You just won't have inked edges. As Patty was saying before, normally I don't work with ink, but this project just really called for it. So if you don't have the ink or don't want to ink, no worries. All right, so then I am adhering this to the page. But before I do that, I want to show you one other page that we'll hit later that I did a little something different with. One of the chipboard dividers. So this guy. So I basically inked the entire chipboard page on this divider. So this is a page that's way later in the book. We're not doing this page right now, but I thought I would pull this out just so you could see kind of what that looks like. You might, if you have the ink, go, ooh, I kind of like how that looks. I show you that now because if you wanted to do that, to this chipboard divider too, then you could do it to this chipboard divider too. Mimi said, the ink looks really pretty, but I'm afraid to start because then I'll want to recolor. I hear you, Mimi. I hear you. Patty is, yep, Patty's getting her daughter ready to go to bed. So we will, yep, catch you later, Patty. All right. So I've just inked my edges. If you're not inking edges, just go ahead and adhere. That we want to be to the right of the holes. We don't want to cover the holes. And then in terms of placement, if I go to the right of the holes, I should have about, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch border all the way around here. That's how I know it's where I want it. That's our first step. Next up, let's grab the sticker for the tab and all the accessories. I know it's a slippery slope. Believe me, I know. I've down that rabbit hole in the last year or so. Okay, so we need a tab sticker. So as we work through our sticker book, tab stickers, about the last third. So I used the one that says The Good Life. And that will go right about there. I pulled out my tweezers just because it's a lot easier for me to see if my tweezers are holding it instead of my big fat fingers getting in the way. All right, The Good Life. Now we need 2 of our cards. We need one of our 4x6 cards, that one. And this one is, oh, our instructions will tell us. 4x4 Sweet Lemons card. So go to our 4x4s, our stack of 4x4s. There's my 4x6. Oh, Sweet Lemons. So this card, Sweet Lemons. This is the top card. It will open that way. This guy, we are using the black and white side of this card. And when we open it up, I have a photo right on top of the Sweet Lemons. Something that I heard a number of people, not a lot, but a number of people say, oh my gosh, this collection's really pretty, but enough with the lemons already. So in a couple of cases, I covered up the lemons because Sweet Lemons, that if I put a photo of, I don't know, my mom here, Sweet Lemons would be kind of weird. So I just put a photo right over that. So let's create these little guys. We need to grab our scoreboard. So either our scoring board, if you have a scoring board, or your trimmer if you don't have a scoreboard. And when I say your trimmer, I mean a trimmer like this. So for this first score, I'm going to use my trimmer just so I can show you how you can do it with the trimmer. After that, I'll use my scoreboard going forward because that's always what I use. So if you have a trimmer like this, and it doesn't have to be a Fiskars trimmer, right? When I say like this, I mean a blade that travels up and down a little channel, right? That is a little channel right there. And your blade travels up and down it, and that's how it cuts. If you lift up the arm, that little channel or groove is really no different than all the little grooves on a scoreboard. So I can use that little groove if I don't have a scoreboard. Or if you're traveling, or maybe you go to a crop or an event or something like that, you don't want to take your big scoreboard, and you have your trimmer. You could use this kind of little trick. We want to score 1/2 inch from the top of this card. So basically, what I'm going to do, there's my 1/2 inch mark right there. I'm taking a bone folder. If I don't have a bone folder, I could use just something blunt. I could use the end of my tweezers, just as long as you have something blunt. You don't want it to be sharp. We just want to score that. So I'm scoring 1/2 inch from the top of that card. And I want to be careful, right? I don't want to cut it because when you're scoring, sometimes you get very excited and you press too hard and you cut. So I'm just making a score or a little crease. All right. So I'm doing that 1/2 inch from the top of my 4x6 card. And then I am going to do that. Oh, hang on. Half inch from the left edge of the sweet lemons, because I'll turn it over and it'll be right there. We're scoring this one on the back side because it will be the back. But we're scoring it this way just so we know that it is the right direction. So 1/2 inch from the left edge of the sweet lemon side. All right. So one of the things that I had on your supply list was 1/4 inch double-sided adhesive. And that is basically what this is. All of these little interactive elements, I like to use double-sided tape as opposed to my tape runner, just because it's a lot stronger. There's pressure points. Basically, every time we're opening and closing, opening and closing, opening and closing, it's wearing on that adhesive. So the stronger the adhesive, the better. So I'm just putting that along the scored edge. And I'm doing that to this side because that is going to be the side that is facing up. This guy, I want to turn over to the back because this is the side that's facing up. So turn that over. Applying that adhesive along that scored edge, and we're good. All right, so now we want to basically do that and do that. So let's see, adhere 2 1/4 inches from the top, 1 1/4 inches from the left edge of the page. That's this guy. So 2 1/4 inches from the top, and this doesn't have to be exact, 2 1/4 inches from the top, 1 1/4 from the left edge. Basically, this is where I'm placing it, is going to have it so that a little bit of this is peeking out and it's falling underneath this guy, right? We want both of them to be able to open. So there we go, about there. And it's actually pretty much centered between both of those holes. That would have been a lot easier if I said that, right? There we go. And that is our first little door that hinges on the right, opens on the left. Then we have our other little door. And this guy, our instructions tell us, 1 inch from the top. So about right there. I have about, I don't know, maybe 3/4 of an inch of that guy poking out. So open from the top, open from the side. At this point going forward, anytime you see white blocks in the instructions, so white block, those are representing photos, okay? So those are photos. You won't have white blocks in your kit. You don't have white cardstock in your kit. This is not the back side of the teal that we cut. That's where I'm putting my photos, all right? Irene says she's using broken china. Melanie and Irene again, said that Salvage Patina never made it to Canada. So I'm sure it is still coming. Yeah, it's been a super popular color. It's really pretty. All right, so now let's get some of these things put away. I did my outlining, right? I won't in class outline because that'll take a little while. We'll spend a lot of our time outlining. If you would like to outline, that's something I'm going to suggest that you finish later. Or if you want to pause the video and take your time and do your outlining now, you certainly can, but I'm not going to do that. And I outlined both cards and then even the 6x8 piece. All right, couple more things that I will have you guys do later to finish up. And your instructions tell you this, so I don't want anybody to be worried. I use circle stickers. The circle stickers are from our sticker book to make little tabs, so it's really obvious that something's happening, right? So, sweet circle sticker right there. On the back side, fresh squeezed. Your instructions tell you that. Over here, the kind circle sticker. And you open it up, and on the back side is this silver shred lemon marmalade. In this case, that little circle sticker is on top of a white block. That means that little circle sticker is on top of my photo. So you may decide to wait, and actually it is here too. You may decide to wait to add those little circles until you add your photos. I've added a little best ever sticker there at the bottom of my photo. And then here, this is one of your journal elements. So not a 3x4, not a 4x4. It's one of those little journal elements that we cut at the very end. That guy. So this guy actually just tucks, so might as well do this right now just so you know what we did. That little guy just tucks kind of right there. So you could either do a little bit of journaling right there if you wanted, or you could put another little photo there. All right, there we go. Last thing I did in your kits, in that little baggie, you had this little teeny tiny green gingham bow. That I've used some liquid adhesive, either liquid adhesive or a small glue dot. So this one I would wait on, because if you're using liquid adhesive, you'll probably need to sit there for a minute or so and hold that down. But I just put that little green gingham bow kind of right there at the bottom of our bunch of little flowers, like it's our little bunch of flowers, and that bow is holding it all together. All right, so there we go. That is the front of our chipboard divider. Let's move to the back side. On the back side, we need one of our 6x8 papers, and it is the yellow gingham one. So yellow gingham, it is on the back side of Life is Good. So if you pulled Life is Good initially out of the back, this would be in the front, vice versa. So we've already used Life is Good. Now we're going to use the yellow side. So with that, one quick thing I want to mention. In the instructions, anytime that something opens, like flips up or flips open or flips down, you'll see a little call out. So you can see that is what that looks like. All right, so we are taking the yellow gingham. We are going to apply our adhesive. And in this case, when we adhere it, we are going to cover the holes. We're covering the holes because we're going to put something over here to the left side. So cover the holes, and we'll just kind of make it be centered top to bottom. Again, with our 1/8 inch border. So about the same border above, below, and to the right. We've covered the holes, so now we need to repunch our holes. Grab your little hole punch. and punch right through. Oh, look at all those that came out. The one that I want to come out isn't coming out. All right, and then punch the other one. Okay. Now we want to take another one of our journal elements. So this little guy, this is a pocket. So I can slide photos, I can slide memorabilia, I can slide whatever I need inside that little pocket, which means this piece, we are applying our adhesive to the top, the bottom, and the side. So this side is open. One thing I just noticed, I put my piece on upside down. The only reason I can tell that it's upside down, the bees are going every which direction. But in the background of this piece of paper, there's some really faint text. So if you don't want your piece to be upside down, look closely, see the text, make sure the text is right side up. Then you know which is upside down and which is right side up. So right side up, I'm turning that over. Again, I'm going to use my double-sided tape just because things are going in and out of that pocket. I want to make sure that it's secure. Just double check again. It's right side up. Yes, so I want to go along the right edge. Like so. And then along the bottom. This sometimes people call tear tape. If you've done tape like this before, if you've used tape like this before and you didn't know, it can be torn. You don't have to every time get your scissors out. I've just been tearing it. Terry, Lael, your enthusiasm, my speaking, not so much. Your enthusiasm, detailed instructions, and charm make this such a fun experience. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. That's so nice of you to say. I love it. I love most days I love what I do, right? I mean, I can't even say it's a job because it's my business, but, you know, most of the time I love it. When I'm teaching, I love teaching. I love people. I love being around people. So I love interacting with people. So yes, I love teaching. Yeah. Okay. There's my little pocket. So thank you. So here's the deal, guys. Yes, clearly mine was upside down too. I didn't even notice until just now. Something like that. That writing is so faint that if you didn't notice, like I didn't notice, really doesn't matter, right? All right, so in that pocket, I have two things. One is a photo. That's my fake photo from packaging. One is a photo, and I just tuck that in. The other one is this card, Live in the Sunshine. So I'm just basically planning on adding a photo to that. So just give it a little bit of color. If you wanted to grab that Live in the Sunshine card right now, you could put that, where is it? Oh, there we go. You could just slide that right into your pocket if you wanted. All right, so let's talk about what you will do to finish that page because I am going to move on. Again, if you'd like, you can pause the video and keep working, but I'm going to move on. We need some stickers. So you will add a Sweet Life tab sticker there. And don't worry, your instructions tell you everything to add and where to add it. So Sweet Life sticker goes on the tab. Up here, you have a Love This Circle sticker. You have a half butterfly sticker. I haven't cut it in half. There's actually a little half butterfly. Down here, Life is one of your foam stickers. That teal heart is a foam sticker. And then Best. So Best, in the sticker book, Simple Stories always does a couple of different alphabets, right? So here we have 3 different alphabets across 2 sheets. Square teal, small black, large yellow. So I use the large yellow just to spell best. I don't often in a project like this incorporate the alpha stickers just because it's kind of personal, right? Depending on maybe what you're journaling here, you may want that to say something different. So I just every once in a while throw in an example of what you might do with them. Whoo, it's toasty. I'm now using my page to fan myself. Hold on, I'm gonna close the blinds. Our house is west facing, the front of our house is west facing. And so as the sun is setting, The sun is just like blinding in there. It's making it hot. All right, so that's what you'll do to finish that up. Side pockets like this are really fun because a lot of times you might have, maybe you're doing a bridal shower or something with this, or Mother's Day or something, and you have just lots of photos that you're like, I don't really know what to do with, but I want to have them in there. Side pocket is great. You could add, you know, a number of different photos, just slide them right in that pocket. First page done. So put that, I'll swap it out for this guy. We'll put this in the book as I juggle. All right, our next page. This page we are making. We're making it out of one of our 6x8 pieces. So we are at the top of page 2 right now in the instructions. So let's grab our 6x8 piece. It has the small teal polka dot on the back. Sometimes it's easier to find the back side. That's pretty recognizable. This might seem like it's pretty recognizable, but there are a number of papers in there that have kind of a background like that. So either one, you know you have it. With this guy, I wanted to make the page thinner, just so we could kind of play with some different, not everything, I don't want everything to be 6x8. So with that, we are going to trim this to 4 1/4 inches wide. So let's turn it to the black side. 4 1/4 inches wide. And I'm just going to use this for some of my cuts just because it's a little bit less clunky. It doesn't take up as much room. It's easier to move in and out. All right, so there we go. 4 1/4 inches wide. Adhere the butterfly library card to the bottom of the piece and a photo to the top. So this is a photo, one of my white blocks. My butterfly card, that came from our journaling elements. So you'll find that in the your journaling elements stack. This card I love. Those of you that did the Midsummer Traveler's Notebook kit again with me, that was another, this piece, the journaling elements I used in that too, because this one, oh, so good. This card, I just love it. All right, so that goes right there. You will add a photo up above. After you add your photo, I added that little sticker that says Zest for Life. So that's basically done on that side. Let's go ahead and punch our holes though. I'm going to use one of my pocket pages as a template. I will just slide that right under, and it's centered-ish, right? It's not, doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, heavens. I had a little adhesive on those. Okay, so here we go. There's one punch, and there's two punch. So that is, the front of that page is done. Back. On the back side, we are taking one of our pieces that was connected, our little 3x4s. So when I do this, and when you do this later, you have to make the sound. Bloop. Okay. Bloop. And it goes this way too. Bloop. It goes even further this way. Bloop. So we are going to take our 3x4 piece that was connected. This guy had 1, 2, 3, 4 cards connected. It was the entire row. Grab your scoreboard or your trimmer if you're scoring that way. I will tell you, years ago, I bet I've had a scoreboard for, oh my gosh, I bet 15 years. And I fought it for a long time. I'm like, well, that's stupid. I don't need a board to tell me where to fold. But when you are doing something like this is probably, a scoreboard's probably one of my most used tools. I use it all the time because I make a lot of little interactive elements. So we want to score between each of those cards. Again, when you're scoring, we just want to crease. We don't want to cut. So be gentle. I'm scoring between each of those cards. So 1, 2, 3 scores. Oh, I could actually keep this out for another minute. I want this piece to be in the front. So I will accordion fold. So it's going back and forth, back and forth. I should have the lemons on the back side, and You Make Life Sweeter on the front. Okay, so it'll go like that. It's kind of a W or an M. If you're a Michigan fan, it's an M. If you're a Wisconsin fan, it's a W. All right, but I'm going to now bring in my little bone folder and just kind of flatten that out so it sits a little bit flat. All right. I want to apply my adhesive to the lemon side. And this guy, whoopsie. Okay, I almost just did something that would not have been very good. My holes should be on the right. If I had put this here, look what would happen. It would have been upside down. So my hole should be on the right. This is also a really good reminder to punch your holes early. I punched my holes before I moved to the other side. That's how I knew, whoops, I almost put that on upside down. If you wait to punch your holes until you're ready to actually put it in the book, 50-50, that your page is gonna be upside down. Or just double check. But that's why I always do my holes pretty early. All right, and it's just getting centered right to left in between our holes there. Folds out, folds out. Something like this is great because we have room now for a lot of photos, right? So what I could do is I could put photo, 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 photo on that side. And then over here, I could do journaling here. I could either leave that alone or I could put another photo there. So I could end up with 5 photos on this one little page. What I will have you guys do to finish up later, we're just doing our little technique with the circle stickers on each side, kind of hanging over the edge so that we have a little tab to help us open. Literally, you guys, everything is outlined. I mean, I outline everything, see? So page is outlined, the front card is outlined, but we won't do that together. Oh, let's get that in the right book. All right, that goes there. This goes here. And we're moving on to the next page. If you still have work to do and you want to continue to work on that page, just go ahead and pause the video and then start it up again when you're ready. Our next page is a 3x4, 4x6 pocket page. So 2 3x4 pockets on the top and our 4x6 along the bottom. Let's take a look at what we're doing first and then we'll build it. So up top, we have 2 3x4 cards. On the bottom, we actually have another little interactive element, okay? So this is super simple to make. Part of the piece slides into the pocket, and part of it just folds over the top. This is just one of our 6x8 papers. So the cards that we need to go in the top, 2 3x4 cards. Probably should just not even mess with those, but since I'm in the middle of it, I'll get them. We need this one that says Be Kind. And then we need Be Sweet and Be Kind. All right, so, oh, that's not Be Kind. What happened to it? There it is, okay, yes, all right. So Be Kind is going in the right pocket and Be Sweet and Be Kind goes in the left pocket, but backwards. B side facing forwards. The B side. Sorry. When I say the B side, I mean this is the A side and this is the B side, not the B side. Oh my gosh, that's funny. That doesn't happen very often when you say B side and it could be misconstrued for something else. All right, so for the bottom, we need one of our 6x8 papers. And it's one that has the 3x4 cards on it. It would be this guy. So Simple Stories includes these in the 6x8 pads because these make great card fronts. If you're making a greeting card, these make really great card fronts. Sometimes the sentiments on these are really geared towards like a greeting card. Although these are pretty generic. You shine, you bring the zest. they could work in your book, and we're making them work in the book. All right, so what we're doing here, we need to score this piece because it's going to fold down. But we don't want to score in the middle. We need to score a little bit higher than the middle because if we score in the middle, well, we'll have a problem. So it won't fit in the pocket like we need it to fit. So we are right here, middle of page 2. First, we're going to round the top corners of the 6. Okay, first we want to round the top corners. That's just going to make it easier if we round them now. Just grab your little corner rounder. Round the top 2 corners. Then grab our scoreboard, and we need to score 3 3/4 inches from the top. 3 3/4. So basically, we just need to give ourselves 1/4 inch more than the half to be able to fold over the top. So 3 3/4 inches from the top. There's 3 3/4. If your scoreboard, if you're using a scoreboard and it doesn't have 1/4 inch marks, that's okay. Just grab your ruler, figure out where, like my 3 3/4 is right there, but if I had to go to a half, then I would just move that over to where I had the mark. Hopefully that part made sense as I kind of threw that out there. All right, so now we will fold 3 3/4 inches from the top. And this guy, eventually, well, we can do it now. We'll slide right in here. Bottom part slides, top part folds over the top. When we open that up, I have taken 3 photos, 1, 2, 3, and adhered them over these squares, just because by itself, there's a whole lot going on, and I'm making the whole book because I want to add photos, right? I'm scrapbooking, I want to add photos. So those are 3 great spots to put photos. If you would rather have Life is Good open, put a photo on Be Kind instead. If you don't want Be Kind, you could put 4 photos on all 4 of those. Flips over. So when we get to this little guy, decorating this little guy, right here, that is a photo. So we'll have a little photo right here. To the left of that is one of our little journal elements. So it's not a 3x4, it's one of our little journal elements. That guy, so cute. So I am going to adhere that. About right there. Give myself an even border along the side and along the top. And then down here, it's kind of plain, right? I need a little border. I need to put something there. This is where our first product strip is going to come in play. Let me just make sure that's what I did. Yep. So grab your product strip, the teal gingham product strip. Was it the very first one we did? Yep. Teal gingham product strip. This is a perfect width of a little border that we need, and we have plenty of length. So I just grabbed that, and I am going to trim that 6 inches. So let's trim that to 6 inches. And don't throw that away because we might use the other side. I don't remember if we used the other side or not. Grab your little tape runner. And pop this right along the bottom. And I place it basically almost where that little corner round starts. So there's probably about 1/4 inch there on the bottom. What I will have you guys finish up later, a couple of different things. Number 1, oh, that we can do. That's not a paper sticker. That's a foam sticker. Foam sticker that says Happy Day. So grab your little Happy Day, and that will go right there in the center. Here, I have taken one of my foam bee stickers. So the foam bee sticker is going on top of the pocket page. I put things on top of the pocket pages all the time. There's no rule that says you can't put things on top of the pocket page. Everything doesn't have to go in. So I put a bee sticker right over the bee. So there's a bee on the card, bee foam sticker goes on top. And then I did my little flight path again. The flight path, obviously, I do on the card itself, not on the pocket page. And then there's a little Life is Good sticker there. So that is those little things I will have you add after the fact. You might want to wait on the Life is Good until you have your photo. All right, we turn over to the other side, and that's the beauty of pocket page scrapbooking, right? Look at, it's almost all done for us. In fact, I'm not going to have us do anything here. We will skip all of this because I will put a photo here. This is on top of the pocket page, that sticker that says Hello Sunshine. That is a, oh, interesting. Let me look at the instructions to tell you what color that was. Oh, that is a yellow foam sticker. Hi, Mindy. That's a yellow foam sticker. Now, guess what? Mine is white. I can't remember. Her name starts with an A. She had one of the words, I think, came off of her foam sticker. That's exactly what happened to me there. Now, I have no idea when that happened, though, because it's long gone. So that is a yellow, that should be a yellow foam. There we go. Yes, Anna. It was Anna. Anna, apparently the same thing happened to me at some point after I finished and after I photographed. So that is a yellow foam sticker. And then down here, there's a little lemon sticker, and You Make Life Sweeter. Those are on top of the pocket page. That's my photo. All right. So I will have you guys finish those up later, or if you'd like, you can pause the video and finish that up and then rejoin us when you're ready. All right, next up is this page. And this page, actually, we're going to skip this entire page. We'll talk about it, but then we will skip it. I'm going to skip it. If you would like to pause after I'm done and work on it, you're more than welcome to. So very first thing I did, I used some of my squeezed lemonade, and I just inked the edges. Added a little bit of yellow just because it was pretty white. Added a little bit of yellow all along the edges. So you can see it just gives that a little bit more color. Then I added Sweetest. I added a green tab sticker. I added a word strip sticker that says Best Ever. There is a little, that is a flat teal heart sticker, not a foam sticker. Down here along the bottom, that Happy Thoughts sticker, butterfly foam sticker, and that is a flower foam sticker. But what you see going on here, I have taken another one of our another little grouping of our little strands here. Okay, another little grouping. And basically these guys, I did in a little figure eight, or like an infinity shape, a figure eight on its side or an infinity shape. So it's almost like a bow. But basically what I did, I just went like this, kind of pinched it in the middle and looped, pinched in the middle, looped, looped, looped back and forth. That's a really quick way to do it. I just did that very fast. So it's really messy. Anyhow, so I kind of have like a little bow in the center, and that goes underneath that foam sticker. So you can see there's the little loopies on the right side, and then there's the little loopies on the left side. And then after that, a little bee and another little heart. So that's the front. The back. This is the first time that we have seen these come out in the project so far. And these are the chipboard stickers. Not stickers, chipboard frames. I love, love, love to use the chipboard frames in mini albums, because I think a lot of times you look at these and think, how am I going to use this? This is too wide. I'll show you. How am I going to use this? This looks like it might be too wide. I'll show you. But then there's also pieces like this that are perfectly sized for a mini book. So I took this guy, adhered it to the back side of the page, and I adhered right over the holes. And then just used my super heavy hole punch This is the, what is it? Hole punch. I don't remember. I should know because I sell them, but I can't remember. Anyhow, this is in the email that I sent out when I say I suggest you have a hole punch. You can use any hole punch, but this is kind of a super heavy duty. This guy punches through anything. It'll punch through thick chipboard. This will punch through leather. Also, the Crocodile that I was using before will punch through leather because I know I've had to punch holes in belts for my kids. All right, so cover the holes, re-punch the holes. Now, because you still need to be able to get your photos in here, right? You may decide to wait to do any of the backside of this until you're ready for your power punch. Thank you, Kim. You may decide to wait to do any of this until you actually have your photos. Or you could just put adhesive under the bottom part here. So it is just kind of lifting up a little bit, and then you can slide your photos in and then add a little bit more adhesive after the fact. So you can decide what you want to do there. And then foam sticker, and then a little word strip sticker, sweeten life with gratitude. So Susan, it does. Yeah, it punches that same size. That is, this is a standard, it's 1/4 inch hole. This is what is called like a standard punch size. So, remember like when we were kids, the silver ones, that's the same size. If you have a Crocodile will work, but the Crocodile holes are smaller. Both of the Crocodile holes are not like a standard hole punch. Hi, Vicki Masters. Nice to have you here, Vicki. Can we put to the left of the holes instead? You know what, Mimi? You can do whatever you want. Absolutely. If you want to put it to the left of the holes, you may end up putting this heart somewhere else because you'll need to move everything over. Absolutely. You can always do anything you want. But that would totally work if you didn't want it to be over the holes. Okie dokies. So that I'm going to put back in my book since we skipped all of that. But those are things, there's nothing like technique-y there that we need to do together. This will be another page that we will skip as well. So these 2 pages here, we are skipping. As a group, we're skipping. You may decide to stop and work on them on your own. So this one is just basic, plain old pocket page. Really nothing happening. Your instructions will tell you to put that card in, so the black side is up, and then to put this card in. This is, that little yellow piece is one of, actually, let's do this. Here's a little hint. When we skip things, sometimes it helps, as I'm talking through them, just to grab them and put them in, so that you have almost like a little kit ready for you when you're ready to work on it. So we put that there. We need that singer's card in the bottom. Where has it gone? Now my things are all mixed up. Anyhow, you'll find that singer's card and put it in the bottom. As you're looking for that singer's card, you're also looking for one of your 3x4 yellow pieces that we cut. Okay, that little 3x4 yellow piece. That you will be cutting down for a little photo mat. So that can just go right in there as well. What did I do? I don't know where that is. Probably fell on the floor or something. So that's okay. If you wanted, you could tuck both of those in. And then your instructions will tell you banner sticker. On the back, you're just adding a couple stickers. This card is super decorative already. I mean, it's got all the little doilies and ribbon and sewing and all of that. All right, so that now can go in our book. Okay, so this is really funny. I just have to mention this. So I'm going to squirrel for a minute. So if you need to grab a drink, I'm going to have a sip really quick. But I'm going to squirrel for a minute because I have to explain what I did when I welcomed Vicki Masters. And I said, Vicki Masters, Mindy. So I know Mindy. Mindy used to live in the Spokane area, Washington State. And I met Mindy through a friend of mine, Michelle Craft. Michelle has a scrapbook store up in that area called 3 Craft Chicks. and I was teaching at a virtual event. And Vicky Masters, because Vicky lives, I think, Illinois, right, Vicky? Vicky was also virtual. Everyone was virtual, but Michelle was drawing prizes. Michelle's little grandson, Noah, at one point drew Vicky's name, and he said, Vicky Masters. And he had so much fun with her name that literally every time he drew a prize, whether Vicky Masters was winning or not, or, was the prize, the ticket, he would say Vicky Masters. And so what Mindy's saying, how it was so funny, because she said, I always hear Noah saying, oh no, Mickey Masters. That's right. He called her Mickey Masters. Yeah, that's kind of an important part of that. Okay, so hang on. Mimi, you can't find the singer's card either. Hang on. So let me see what I did. I probably put, I bet I know what I did with it. I bet I put the wrong one in back here. Well, we know we have it. We know we have it somewhere because I couldn't make it up. So, oh wait, hold on. Let me look at the instructions because maybe the instructions tells me. Instructions tell me. All right, we are at the top of page 3. Oh yes. Hold on. Where is that card? You know what? Hold on. It has something on it. Because now this is going to bother me. Oh, it's this one. This one. It's the You're the Zest card. That's why I was not finding it. So, You're the Zest. This really didn't do it for me. This card with that big Z on there. So, that is when I used this. That was our little 3x4 piece. And actually, it's a little photo mat. So, that's what those are. That's why it was kind of throwing me for a loop. So there we go. That'll go in there. And now your page is ready to roll. That can go into our book. And there we go. Yes, Mickey Masters. That's right. All right. Next up, we have our prison outfit page. Our prisoner. That is the base of our page. So let's take a look at it first and see what we're going to do, and then we will build it. Let me get reorganized here because things are kind of a mess. All right, so what we have going on here, we have a little double door. So it hinges at the top, opens from the bottom like that. This one hinges from the bottom, opens at the top like that. And as it opens up, we have room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more photos. All right. So with that, we need some pieces. We need a black polka dot, which is the very first one. This Soak Up the Sunshine one. And then we need that teal. So that teal is on this one. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. So we need those 2 pieces. Thanks, Vicki. Yeah, that's a fun one. There's tons of little interactive elements in this guy. So let me go to the instructions. DTD, we are in the middle of page 3. Trim the 6x8 black polka dot paper in half. So you have 2 4-inch tall by 6-inch wide pieces. All right. Easy peasy. In half. So we have 2 pieces. Turn pieces over, score 1/2 inch from the top of one piece and the bottom of the other, apply adhesive and go. All right, so let's talk about how this opens. When this opens, depending on how you have these guys oriented, if I score right here, that will be upside down, but it's not really going to matter because even if I did it this way, let me just try to, it would look like this. So even if this was up there and this would be down there, they're still totally split. So doesn't necessarily matter where you score. I put, as I mentioned, photos on top, so everything just kind of looks like a little decoration around it. But if you want to make sure, let's just do it this way. It'll be easier. Let's forget what the instructions say. Let's score, if this is the bottom, and it will be up like that, we need to score the top of the bottom half that has sunshine on it. Score that one 1/2 inch from the top. Yep. And then score the top one 1/2 inch from the bottom. All right. And now the instructions said turn it over, but we're not turning them over to apply our adhesive because they're already turned over, because we scored on the other side. So grab your 1/4 inch double-sided tape. And again, I'm using this because pressure points, since they're opening and closing a lot, I want to make sure that it's really adhered. All right, so that is then going to, those pieces are going to adhere to the right of the holes, about, I don't know, an eighth of an inch from the top. And where that one goes doesn't necessarily matter. We want to just make sure that this one is even with it. Okay, so Kicking Masters. Hi, Valerie. That opens like that, and that one opens like that. But that's totally plain, right? So we need to add something else. We're going to add that. And this guy tells us that we want to trim this guy so you have two 5 1/4 wide by 3 inch tall pieces. 5 1/4 by 3 inch. So let's first cut 5 1/4. Five and a quarter. Save all those little pieces. By 3. Three. And 3. All right, so these guys are going to go right here. So they will meet in the center of our little doors that we built. Before, if you are inking, I inked these edges with the Salvage Patina. So I'll just ink one of them though, because the inking takes a while. That's also why generally, well, inking's hard to control, much easier to control with the domed blender than the old school foam blender that had the harsh edges. But that's usually why I don't ink, because I'm a bit of a control freak. Easier to control that. But also then in class, it takes definitely longer if we're all inking. This one also has a direction to it, so make sure that it's not upside down before you adhere. So that is getting adhered right to the edge of our top piece. And this one will go right to the edge of the bottom piece. So I'll try to line those up. There we go. So now we still have our door, but now it's a little bit more decorative. Next up, we are looking for this guy. This is, did I ink the whole book with that? Vicki, I used the Salvage Patina through part of it, and then also used the Squeezed Lemonade through part of it. All right, so this card, this is not one of our 3x4 cards. It's one of the journaling elements. So if you kept all your stacks together, it's in the journaling element stack. So this is helping to keep the door closed, but we don't want it to lock. It would lock if we adhere that all over. We'd never be able to get in the door because we don't have the key. So if we just want it to be latched and not locked, we're just going to apply our adhesive to the top part, and then that will go right there. So it looks like it's locked, but really it's not. It's just latched, right? We can open that easy. So that is all that we'll do together for that page. What I will have you guys do to wrap that up, and again, you can either pause the video now and do that, or you can come back and do that later. Foam sticker that says best. You are my sunshine. That is a little tiny word strip sticker that I added on top of the best foam sticker. This is a little circle sticker, but I popped it up. So it's very similar. I wanted it to look very similar to that piece that we used to create our little charm for the front cover. But this is just a flat paper sticker out of our sticker book. So I pop dotted that up. What I would recommend that you do, and I think it was, hold on. I think it was, I'm looking for her name again, Anna. Anna had a great tip. So she took a piece of white cardstock, put something like that on a piece of white cardstock, and then cut around it so it was sturdier because the paper's pretty thin. But I just added little pop dots all behind that to pop it up. And then down below, 2 more stickers, Live the Sweet Life and the little things. So your instructions tell you all of that. And then as we open up, photo, 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 photo. And that is one of our little journal elements. So that little guy, I can go ahead and add that in there now. You know, somebody said something earlier about the color combination of this collection. The teal and the, well, I love yellow. I love, love, love yellow. But the teal and the yellow are just so striking with the black. It's just, I just love it. All right, and then you'll do photo, photo, photo up here, photo up here. When it comes to trying to do a photo like that, that I would just take a 4x6 photo and then trim the 4x6 photo to fit in those places. All right, backside. So backside we will actually skip, but let's talk about it real quick. Involves another one of our chipboard frames. This guy, you'll put your photo behind the frame and then adhere the frame. And then down below you have the fresh foam sticker. And then just like we did here where I added a little word strip sticker, we're adding a little word strip sticker there. Happy thoughts, fresh happy thoughts. And our photo goes right there. Alrighty. Next up, another page that we are going to skip. If you'd like to pause the video and do it now, obviously you can. So with this guy, super simple. Basically, we're taking 2 of our teal 3x4s. So the teal 3x4s on one side, 4x6 on the other. These little guys, wherever they went. Oh my heavens, right here. So those 2 guys will go up top. Our 4x6 card will go along the bottom. This is so decorative already. We don't need to do much. All of that is part of the card. So all I did was added create your own sunshine to the top of the pocket page and then added that little yellow foam butterfly. Backside, photo, photo, 2 stickers, the Sweet Life in the sunshine. And then down here, a lemon sticker and that one, you're the zest, you're the zest, you're the zest. So super simple page that you guys can work on your own. All right, next up in our book should be our dot grid. So this page is shorter than it starts. And I do this sometimes just because I think it's fun to change the size of things, vary the sizing, just because everything tends to be all the same size. So it just kind of switches it up a little bit. All right, so here we're starting with this as a base. We're trimming it down. When we trim it down, it's super important. We want to trim a little bit from the top and a little bit from the bottom when we do it, just so we end up with even spacing. And then we have 2 little doors going on here, 2 little layered doors. Both are hinging from the right and opening on the left. So here's our first guy. And here's our second guy. So another page like this gives us lots of room. for journaling, for photos, whatever you like to do. So there, here, here, and then even here if you wanted. So let's go ahead and make that. We need two of our, actually we don't need two 6x8 papers, we need one. One of the papers that we need is this guy. This is the, well, you only have one big, actually I better tell us which one it is. It is the larger of the two that you have left. So this is 6 by, yeah, you want the one that's 6 inches wide. Okay, that is the piece that will go right there. Just again, of the two, you want the 6-inch wide one, not the 5-inch. We need that piece. And then we need from our paper pad, that little, this piece, the yellow with the butterflies and the newsprint. Okay, so let's take a look at our instructions. We're graduating. Oh, not quite. Top of page 4. Trim 1/2 inch from the top and bottom. So that will help us keep it even. Hold on. Yes, 1/2 inch. I so rarely use this trimmer that it always takes me a minute to figure it out where the spacing is. 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch. It's just much easier as opposed to getting my big trimmer in and out every time. All right, so there we go. Trim 1/2 inch from the top and the bottom. Score 1/2 inch along the right edge of the 6x7 teal yellow paper. 1/2 inch along the right edge. Layering with layout. There we go. 1/2 inch along the right edge. Oh, and 1/2 inch is just an arbitrary measurement for me. You could do 3/4 of an inch, 1 inch. You could do 1/4 of an inch, but I prefer to do 1/2 inch. The reason I do 1/2 inch, whether you're using tape runner, because tape runner fits along that really well, or whether you are using your double-sided tape, 1/4 inch. I like to use 1/4 inch because if I was using 1/2 inch, I'd have to be really, really, really careful to make sure I didn't go over the edge. They also sell double-sided tear tape like this in 1/8 inch. So if you wanted to be scoring at 1/4 inch instead of 1/2 inch, then you just size down to 1/8 instead of 1/4. All right, so this guy, oh wait, hold on. While I have this out, we also want to score, this guy will need to cut, but that's okay. I'm going to score it since we have our scoreboard out. So just go ahead and score that, also 1/2 inch from the right edge. Then I'm not getting it in and out as much. Okay, so back to this guy. It said to score 1/2 inch along right edge, adhere to the right edge of the page. Okay, so it is going right there, and it's going centered. I probably, when I wrote the instructions, I told us to go 1/2 inch from the top and bottom, but it's really a little bit more than 1/2 inch. This is what I'm going to tell us to do. Go ahead and remove that. I'm turning this upside down because it's easier for me to see or work with. So I'm going to right flush with the left, or excuse me, right flush with the right edge. Don't use the word right. Flush with the right edge. Now I'm going to come back in with my trimmer and I will trim off that excess. It wasn't, I'm sure when I did that, it wasn't quite an even, like a 1/4 inch, or, you know, was probably an 1/8 inch. So it was a little bit harder to, never mind. You know what I'm saying. And if not, don't worry. There we go. Now it's even. All right, so, da. Fold upper left, oh. This guy, we need to trim to 5 1/4 by 7. So, when you're trimming the 5 1/4, don't trim from the right edge since we just scored that. So, trim from the left edge, 5 1/4. By 7. Okay. Turn this guy over. Apply our adhesive. We are using the teal side up. Anna, sorry, you may have asked that a little while ago. I just saw it now. Yeah, so we're using the teal side up for this guy. Oh, I know what you mean. Yes, I know what you mean. Yes. It is not the teal and the white. It is the yellow and the teal. And if I had read my instructions, it would have told me teal and yellow. So here's the deal. If you already did what I did and you put the teal and the white down, that's okay. You have a choice. You can, if you'd like, very carefully, I'm not even going to say that. We are going to swap out this piece for this piece. So wherever we use this piece later, we will use this piece in its place. Let me just really quick find out where that is. That's what I get for using two teals that are similar. All right. This is, that's not it. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. I just want to find where I used that so we can see where that is going to affect us. Oh, okay. Here's where we use it. No big deal at all. So, where you later in this page, this is where I used it. So it's the base of a pocket. So there's a pocket here. So that pocket will still be on the teal side like that. When we come over to here, our pocket will just, the back side of our pocket will be yellow up top instead of the white. And the way that this pocket is designed, you will be putting photos in that pocket. So it is open. Let me just pull this out. So it's open right here. So your photos are going to cover up most of that space. So when we get there, we'll be using this piece instead of our teal and white piece. Sorry about that. Sometimes I get going and I think I know what I did. And then I don't know what I did. So one thing Vicki mentioned, if you have undo, undo destickifies things, undoes things. Yeah. You could undo it, but it'll be fine. Okay. Oh yes, we all do that, right? Even me who designs it. Okay. So, this piece is going there. This piece goes on top. And take that off. I'm just going to rotate that again because it's easier for me to hold it with my right hand. That is also going to the edge. So there is our first page. There is our second page. And here we go. I am having us fold back the corners, these two corners. So just like that. And then this guy will get folded back like that. So it's really obvious that something is happening there. Something is lifting up. Do your adhesive, fold it over. Adhesive, and fold that over. All right, Where's our page? Here we go. So the things I will have you guys finish up after the fact, or you could pause the video and do them now. I've added 2 foam stickers to those little corner folds. Butterfly foam and bee foam. Down here, towards the edges, or towards the lower left-hand corner, I have added tab stickers. And these are kind of little tabbies that let us know there's something happening. So you're taking 2, putting them back to back. One is on the front, and then one is on the back. They're hanging off the edge. So kind of like a little sandwich. And your instructions will tell you, this one is be yourself. This one is you're the zest, both white. This one is sweetest in yellow. And this one is make lemonade in teal. The last 2 things I did here, these are 2 of our journal. No, my stacks are totally messed up. These are 2 of our journal pieces. Anyhow, you will put the white and the butterfly right there. And then that little one, the date one there, and that's our other journal piece. So that one goes right there. And then your butterfly one goes there. All right. Backside. Vicky, I think it does. Vicky just said, I love how you outline everything. What a difference it makes. Here's a prime example. So on the left is the unoutlined. On the right is the outlined. It does. I think it just makes things pop. Really makes things stand out. So especially when you have a white page like that. So that's the front. Let's take a look at the back. The back, we need 2 of our 4x4s. So 1 4x4 that looks like that says be kind. And the other one is fresh squeezed. So much for keeping everything in stacks, huh? There's fresh squeezed and there's be kind. Those 2. Just a giant pile over here. All right, so we're doing our little doors again. I do doors a lot. I think they're just fun. So this door is right there, and this door is right here. And they can overlap either way. I have this guy overlapping first. So on this guy, if we turn it over, we want to score 1/2 inch from the right edge. They're also a good way to get some decoration on the page, but then also to still be able to add a photo. So 1/2 inch from the right edge, so that when we turn it over, it'll be like that. And this guy is also 1/2 inch from the right edge, but it's going to be face forward instead of the other way. I've converted a lot of people to outlining. And then when you outline in ink, it's like wham bam. I mean, it's like woo. Okay, so here and here, let's turn these guys over. Add our little double-sided tape. Like so. Oh, okay. See what I almost did? Because this one I turned over. I was ready to turn this one over, but I want this to be the front, so turn it over and put it on the back. Alrighty. One of the nice things about working with the dot grid like this, you can make sure things are even. This guy is 4 dots from the top, 3 dots from the left. And it's straight because I lined it up with the dots. This guy down here is, or you could read the instructions, because I'm sure I told us how many measurements. I mean the measurement, not the dots. This guy is 1, 2, 3, like 3.5, 4 from the bottom, and like 4.5. So just clear of the holes, or the hole. 1, 2, 4 from the bottom. So we'll just do this. And that's where I put it. That's not where you have to put it, but that's where I put it. Like that. So I could put photo here if I wanted, photo here, do a little journaling here, photo here, and then I could put photo or journaling there as well. What I will have you guys do to finish this page, hi Regina. What I will have you guys do to finish this page, lots of stickers. I added lots of stickers to this just because there's, you've got a corner there and a corner there, and this was kind of plain. So, teal tab sticker, or teal tab sticker. And actually this one, instead of cutting, I just bent it right over the back side, so it's kind of a little accent there. Sunny Days You. Okay, so this is interesting. Sunny Days You. I have a feeling what happened there because Sunny Days You doesn't really make sense, does it? I think the die line in this sticker book, I think they missed a place where a die line should have been. I think Sunny Days and You should have been split. So mine says Sunny Days You because it fit. So if you want to use Sunny Days You, you could put it there. You could cut off the U part, or you could put whatever sticker you want there. Up here you have a teal circle sticker, a yellow butterfly. These are all flat stickers. Teal circle, yellow butterfly, bee, and gingham heart. Down here you have yellow circle, tag sticker, yellow butterfly, and teal gingham heart. Yes, you could totally do that, Nancy. Put a heart or bee over it. You could totally do that. Great idea. Oh, look at Regina. That was really weird. Not Regina. Regina's not weird. On my iPad, and that's how I watch what I'm doing, so I can see what you guys see. But texts, I get texts that come through, and I'm on a text chain with. Okay, squirrel moment. I'm on a text chain with some of my girlfriends, and somebody must have sent a photo of something because it said that devil without a shirt on is not something I needed to see or something. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? That just totally distracted me. All right, anyway, friends, there we go. Your instructions will tell you the stickers to put there, and then I just showed you the stickers to put there. So should be good to go. All right, moving right along. Our next page should be one of our 6x8 pocket pages. And we are going to make another little door. What did I just draw? Oh, the pop dots. Okay. So let's pull that out and we'll take a look at what I did, and then we will make it. So here we have our pocket page. This little interactive thing is happening on top of the on top of the pocket page. Okay, so that is on top. And then the yellow paper is inside. So you can really see that well when you look at it this way. Here's my hand underneath. This piece is on top of the pocket page. And then this piece is inside. So let's go ahead. We need a couple of our 6x8 papers. We need this yellow one. And then we also, come on in there. We also need the teal gingham. Yellow and teal gingham. They're right together. So the yellow one, we can just slide right into our pocket page. The pocket page is about a 1/2 inch taller than our paper. The reason for that is when manufacturers make pocket pages like this, they have to go with the size that is the least common denominator. What I mean by that, when you have a whole 6x8 pocket, why can't this just be 8 inches tall? Well, the reason it can't be 8 inches tall is when you have a pocket that has more pockets in it. So for example, when we have this pocket page, this has a little seam in it, right? That is making, sealing up the top part for a pocket. That has added it's added a little bit of extra height to the pocket page to fit that. So when you get a pocket page that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 little 2x2 squares, which is one that Simple Stories used to have, there were 3 of those little seams. So the 3 seams all added extra space. That is why, if you've ever wondered why sometimes your pocket pages seem like they're way too big. It's not an error, but that's why they have to be that way. So with that said, there's an extra pocket, there's extra part of the pocket page just hanging off here. And normally that bothers me. So normally I take it off. It definitely though will bother me with this particular page because this little door goes up to the top of the yellow. And if I were to put this door to the top of the yellow, then this is extra and it's gonna make my door really wonky. Not like Willy Wonka, but really wonky. So I'm gonna cut this off, this extra space. There's 2 ways to do that. I can either get out my scissors and just cut it off, or I can take my trimmer. Now, if you have a really dull trimmer blade, or if you have a guillotine trimmer, you may not want to use your trimmer to do it. You might want to use scissors, just because it may not work as well. But in this case, I'm going to use this little trimmer and just right through the plastic, and it cuts like butter. Just cut right off the top. All right. So now it won't cause me a problem when I go to add my little door. Actually, I still need that trimmer. Okay, so, and I don't think the instructions tell you that because it's kind of hard to write in instructions that. So I just tell you when we're live. All right, so, score. Oh, here we go. Trim 6x8 teal gingham paper to 5x7. So let's trim this to 5x7. 5 by 7. All right, this door is going to lift up, and these bees are flying all different directions, but there's also words on the paper. So those of you that did what I did when I first did the prior page like this, if you don't want your words to be upside down, what I'm going to have you do is turn to the bee side. Don't worry about this. Turn to the side with the bees, and we are going to score 1/2 inch from the bottom so that when we flip up like this, our words will be right side up. So 1/2 inch from the bottom is where we're going to score. Making sure that the words are right side up. That is how we know what the bottom is. That's the bottom because my words are the right side up. All right. Now, okay, there we go. But before we go ahead and hear that, we want to make our little notch like this, like a little banner. There's a couple of different ways to do that. Usually what I do is I just grab my scissors and go, oh, that looks like about the middle. And I go like that. And then I go in one side and in the other side. When I teach in person, this is always when I can tell personalities, because this is where I'm not type A. I just do that. But some people are like, well, I can't do that. That won't be the middle, and it's going to look funny if it's not the middle. And I say, okay, that's all right. If you'd like, you can just pinch, although I already cut it. You can just pinch. It's pretty close to the middle. Pinch and snip. That's where you know. Yep, Kelly, exact. I can tell, like I said, I can tell personalities really quick when I start teaching in person. So if you want to pull out a ruler, you could pull out a ruler, measure. If you want to just kind of lightly pinch it and then make a little mark there, that's how you know it's the middle. Then I just take my scissors and go from corner to my point like that. And then I turn it this way just because it's much easier to see. Like that. Okay, so now there's our scored edge. We're grabbing our tape again, especially on this one. We're adhering this to the pocket page. So we want to make sure that that sticks really well. If you don't have that double-sided tape, no worries. Just make sure that you get your adhesive good and on there. And this will go centered, not centered across the page, centered across the yellow. So not centered across the pocket page, just centered across the yellow. So there is our little door that flips up. What I'll have you guys do to finish that up later, you have little flower stickers. So those are 2 different flower stickers that I kind of layered on top of each other. That little border sticker, and there is a foam bee sticker, and I did a little flight path. This lifts up, and then you could either do journaling, photos, whatever that you'd like to do. On the back side, I'm going to have a skip. Basically, you're just making a little layout here, and your instructions will tell you what you need to cut and what pieces will go where, and then you'll have your 2 little photos, and off you go. This next one is my favorite one, I think. I think this is my favorite one. Okay. So the base of this page is our black and white striped diagonal. Let's take a look at what I did and then we'll make it. So, actually I lied. The base of our page is the black and white striped diagonal on top of the chipboard divider. So those should both be next in your book. Grab both of those. So what we have here is like a little closure. This is one of our 4x4 cards. This little piece is actually sliding under the card. Opens up like that. And that is holding this part closed. So this part opens, and then we have loads of room for journaling, photos, memorabilia, whatever you'd like to add there. All right, so when we build, we'll adhere this on top of this. Then we will score this piece and adhere. Actually, the very first thing that we'll do is add our closure here, but then that is all nice and tied up like that. Okay, so let's start out by taking this piece from our book, one of our inserts, and it's basically, we're just going to adhere it right over the holes. Oops, got tinsel. Tinsel everywhere. Yes, you can make your own tinsel. My December documented book this year, the one that I do every year, that's always my biggest, most popular kit of the year. It will have something like that in it because that's perfect for Christmas. It'll be like the tinsel. I've had some questions on when that's coming. Hopefully end of this month. I just am waiting for the product from Simple Stories. I'm hoping to have it next week. Really quick, I'm going to squirrel about that. This kit, this Sweet Life kit sold out very, 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 very quick. I had ordered heavy on it because when I saw the product, I knew, well, I loved it, so I thought it'd be popular. And even though I ordered heavy, I definitely didn't order enough. And now Simple Stories is sold out a lot of the products, so I can't make any more. With my December documented kit, I have ordered heavy again, but I never know what's happening with things these days. It's so hard to gauge. On this one, what I'm going to do a little bit differently on the December documented kit, I will, and my friend Vicki Booten does this, I will announce in advance when I will be putting the kit up live. I definitely don't expect it to sell out right away, but I will announce when I will put it up live, and then it will drop, and then you'll know. Okay. Okay. We didn't want to do that yet. I wasn't paying attention. That was even before I started talking. We didn't want to do that yet. We needed to add our little closure, and I wasn't even reading my instructions. So, we need to score 1/2 inch from the left edge of one teal gingham piece left over from the cover. So, way back to the beginning when we did the cover. This guy. This was one of our pieces left over from the cover. This is not, you'll know you have the right one. You can tell this is from the 6x8 pad. The pattern is scaled down. This is from the cover. We want this piece. See how the pattern is much larger? We want this piece. This is what we are using for our little closure. So it is that piece. But this piece needs a place to anchor so it can fold over. So from this piece, we want to score 1/2 inch from the left edge of one of the pieces. So grab that. We want to score 1/2 inch from left edge. And if you can't lift your piece up like I did, don't worry. I'll show you what you can do. So I've scored 1/2 inch from the left edge. I'm going to turn it to this side, the teal side, and I want to put my adhesive right there. My tape. So this guy is getting anchored right under here. So you just need to peel that up just a tad, enough to get that little piece in. There's our adhesive on the back side. There we go. So, oopsie, it is right between the holes. Bend that a little bit. All right. Now we need to our bee paper. Did we get the bee paper out yet? I don't think we did. Grab the bee paper. Kari, early meeting in an hour and a half to drive to get there. Thanks for coming. And you'll finish up later. And safe travels. All right, we need the yellow bee paper right here. Teal on the other side. So we're scoring 1/2 inch from the right side. Again, this guy also has writing on it, so make sure the writing is in the correct direction before you score. It makes it hard when you have bees that are flying in all different directions. So it's hard to tell if it's upside down or not. 1/2 inch from the right edge. Here we're adding our double-sided adhesive again along the back side of the score. Okay, so this guy, it's always interesting. When I teach for the first time a project, how long it takes, because I never know. So this one clearly takes much longer. So let's finish this page up and then we'll talk about what we're going to do. Okay, so now we need this card. That Life is Good. That's one of our 4x4 cards over here. We need to make a little channel. And what I mean by channel is we need to make space for our little closure here to slide through. So I'm going to take my pop dots and I am going to put a strip along the top and a strip along the bottom. If you have foam tape, you could definitely use your foam tape because that'd be a little bit faster. I know that gives me plenty of room, the channel, for my closure to slide through. Do-do-do. This is when we need the Jeopardy music, right? Do-do-do. All right, so this guy cannot go centered left to right. It can't go centered. You need to be about 1/2 inch from the left edge of the B paper. So go about 1/2 inch from the left edge of the B paper. And because we have the foam up top and bottom, we have our little channel. This guy, we need to trim. No, we'll be okay. Grab your sticker book, and we need 2 of our tab stickers. One that says The Good Life, and the other one says The Zest Time. So The Good Life and The Zest Time. And leave that out because, actually, well, we'll grab that in a sec. All right, so The Good Life. The Good Life, I'm actually just going to trim this a tad, like 1/16 of an inch. I just need it to be a little bit less long because when my Good Life goes on, I want to make sure it doesn't kind of run into that edge, the scored edge. So that goes along one end, and then we open it, and the Zest Time will go along the other end. Whoopsie. So they meet, and the closure's like the little sandwich in the middle. And then that goes right through there. If you want to ink the edges of that little piece, if you've been inking, you could do that. Right here, we're putting the Be Happy sticker on that tab. Like so. All right, so we have this, we have that, and then photos and journaling. So that little closure is kind of a fun little thing to do. Okay, yes, Kim, absolutely. And you guys know I'll keep going, but anytime you need to stop, you can stop and come back to it. The backside we are going to skip because super simple, right? That's just one of our 6x8 papers. I inked that 6x8 paper with the Salvage Patina and then added Zest for Life tab sticker and Oh Happy Day. All right, so we still have lots to go. I'm going to keep going. So if you guys want to, I have a thing up, excuse me. If you guys want to keep going with me, you can, especially those of you that are on the East Coast. And I know we have some in Germany. I know we have some international. I don't know if Melanie is still with us. Anyhow, I'm going to keep going as opposed to doing a part 2 because it's just easier that way. So if you want to stick with me, you can. Otherwise, peel off whenever you need and you can come back and finish whenever you need. Okay, so that you will finish up later. Next up is one of our 4x6 pocket pages. Kim just asked a question really quick. She said, Bungalow Lane, will there be a paper pad? Yes. So there are a number of new collections on my website. For whatever reason, American Crafts is shipping in several different shipments. So Bungalow Lane will have a paper pad. Peaceful Heart already has one. Warm Wishes will also have a paper pad. They're just not here yet, Kim. They haven't shipped. So yep, they're coming. All right, and Regina's in South Carolina. Yes. So that's funny, Kim. You were leaving and then you came back. All right, so this guy, we're going to skip this page. Basically what we have is our 2 4x6 mats. Those were the yellow on one side and the teal on the other. Melanie, look at you. Melanie, it is 5. Melanie, you win the prize. It's 5. There is no prize, but Melanie, you win the prize. 5 a.m. in Germany, and you need to get up at 9. Oh my gosh, I'm impressed. You're awesome. Good night. Have a good morning sleep, I guess. Yeah, get some sleep and come and finish up later. Good for you. All right, so with this guy, those are our 4x6 pieces that we cut. You're adding a photo, a couple stickers there. This is an example of when I said sometimes you'd look at chipboard frames and you would think, well, I really like them, but they're not going to work in my mini book because they're too wide. Well, this is how we make this guy work. This guy gets adhered right to the top of your pocket page. When I pull that out, see, it's adhered right to the top of the pocket page. And that I just used my regular old tape runner. It doesn't need to be anything like super sturdy. So my regular old tape runner gets adhered, or use it. You can tell I'm getting tired. My regular old tape runner I use to adhere the chipboard frame to the top of the pocket page. And because it's a little bit wider, it does kind of bleed over onto the edge of the pocket page. So here I just repunched that hole. Mimi, I think you had asked before if you didn't want to deal with the holes. Probably what I would do there, you could have it hang off this edge, but that would be kind of weird. Probably what I would do, I would probably just cut right there. I'd probably cut that piece of chipboard right there so that it didn't bleed over onto that little part. You wouldn't have to repunch the hole. Okay, but all of that we're skipping. We don't need to do that together. If you wanted, you could take that little chipboard piece and you could just tuck it right into the frame like that, or tuck it right, woo, words are hard. You could tuck it right into the pocket page so you have that for later. All right, next up, the back side. Back side is really simple. We're just trimming one of our 6x8 papers and adding to the back side of our teal mats. All righty, we're going to skip another one. This guy is our graph paper page. Regina, will you be around for a bit? If you remind me, I will answer that when we get to the end. And if not, just let me know. And then when we're at a good kind of break point, I will let you know. You know what? I'll just let you know. Oh, okay. I can't let you know here. Yes, I do know. For the December documented, I am mixing 2 of the Simple Stories collections, the Christmas collections. It's not the vintage one. But I know which products I am using. I can't rattle them off here because there are a lot of products. So shoot me an email and I will be glad to tell you which products I'm using. All right, so for this page, 2 foam stickers, Zesty and a bunch of lemons. This is a spot where I would for sure put more stickles. I'm probably going to go back and put the frosted lace or stardust stickles on all of the lemons, just because it just makes them look nice and juicy and ripe. Here, that is one of our 3x4 mats with a photo on top. This little guy, this is one of our connected 3x4 cards that we kept connected. So in our stack of 3x4 cards here, basically it's those 2 connected cards. I just folded those in half, folded back this little corner, put adhesive right there, and adhered it right to the page. So photo there, open up, I could put photo and photo. And then sticker, and a little black foam sticker, hearts, little black foam heart sticker. On the back side, this is another one that we will skip. On the back side, we need to talk about what I did here though. We need to talk about what I used. These are not 3x4 cards. What I mean by that, these are not cards that we cut, the 3x4 cards that we cut out of the 12x12 paper. These cards are coming from our 6x8 pad. So it is this one. So I cut all 4 of those 3x4 cards. And then just did our little hinge technique, right? Our little hinge technique where we score 1/2 inch from the top on those cards and adhere them. So this is kind of fun. I could put photo there. And then when we open up, I could put photo there, there if I wanted. Then I also have this room as well. So on this one page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That one page, I have room for 10 3x4 photos. They have to be a little bit smaller than 3x4 because we're using the hinge. Yes, Susan, thanks for coming. Go walk your dog and you can finish up later. So the only thing I will mention here, you want to be aware of the cards that have the black side face front that are flipping up. Just make sure, basically the easiest thing to do is on these, score 1/2 inch from the bottom. And then you'll make sure that they're right side up when you flip them up in case you wanted to have either of those without having photos on top of them. All right. And then label sticker, word strip, teal foam heart, label sticker, word strip, yellow foam heart. All right. So we will, as we keep going, there will be more pages that I skip when they're pretty basic pages. We will skip them just so we get to the more technique-y ones. That took us to the bottom of page 5. So top of page 6, and actually we have a couple more now that we're going to skip the next 2 pages because the next 2 pages are also pretty basic. Right here, this one is one of our 6x8 pocket pages. So we're basically just making a little small layout. Our plaid paper is the background. That white piece is, that is not a photo mat. I mean, that's not a photo. That is actually one of our pieces. So probably what I would do right here is I'm going to take my 6x8 pocket page. I will pull out my plaid paper. Just so I have it handy. I'll tuck that one in there. This is our white piece that we had cut earlier. That will also go in there. And then you will have, let me just look really quick to see if we already cut that. Oh, we're still here. So we do have a teal polka dot piece left over somewhere. Wherever that is, that guy. So we had cut this earlier. I just popped this in your pocket page now. So when you're ready to work on that, you'll have that handy. So those are the 3 pieces that you will need to complete that page. And then you'll just add a whole bunch of stickers on top. Karen! Oh my goodness, your internet connection the entire time. Karen said, my internet is not cooperating tonight. Keeps freezing here. I got the cover partly done, but I'll have to continue tomorrow. Best to you all. Oh, Karen, I'm sorry. That's so frustrating when internet is not cooperating. I'm sorry. Yeah, but yes, that's the nice thing is you can always come back and finish up later when your internet is cooperating. All right, so on the back side, let's go ahead and take that white piece, the white teal that we had cut earlier. So you kind of have a little kit there that's all ready to go. Front of the page with the stickers, back of the page. One thing I just want to point out really quickly here, and I explained this in the instructions, but you are doing some layering of stickers. Some of the stickers are here on the page, and then the main sticker is that foam sticker that is going on top of the pocket page. So see how it's layered? That's on top and those are underneath. And then a couple more stickers on top. Alrighty. Next up, we're gonna skip one more page And then we will work on the next couple together. So another basic pocket page. Oh, Karen, I'm glad you like it. Thank you, if you're still here. Another basic pocket page. This is one of our 3x4, 4x6 pocket pages. And with this, you are doing 3x4 cards. So 2 3x4 cards, and then your 4x6 at the bottom. And then just adding a couple of stickers. On the back, photo, photo, photo. And that is one of our little journaling pieces. So that we cut from the very last piece of paper, the journaling elements at the very beginning. So super simple. Photos, a couple stickers, and you're ready to go. Okay, this one we will work on together. Another interactive. Next up in our book, we should have the polka dot. So with the polka dot, oopsie, just dropped something. What we have going here, we have a kind of a little layered door situation going on. So this one hinges on the right, opens on the left like that. And then this guy hinges on the left and opens on the right like that. Room for photo in the center. So what I did, you can see this, my page on the left, I used a little bit of the squeezed lemonade ink just to bring in a little bit more yellow to that page so you can see the difference. But I just used my little blending tool and just kind of did this. So it's not a lot, and I really didn't even bother with the center of the page. Here's a little trick though. When you are blending like that, it's nice to have something behind it so you don't blend all over your desk. So take a piece of plain copy paper or scratch paper, or in this case, your instructions. And see how I'm just blending? I'm just kind of going in circles. And I didn't even re-ink that. That was just ink that was left over on my little blending pad there that I had used on another page. I'm not even really bothering to blend in the center because that's going to get covered up. But it just gives it kind of a little bit more yellow, just kind of makes it fun. And that was super easy. Just, you saw, I was just kind of going in circles. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise, it doesn't really matter. Wax on, wax off, whichever way you liked the Karate Kid. But I'm just kind of going in circles, adding a little bit more, or spreading the ink. Probably what I would do, if I felt like I needed more ink, I would probably ink up a little bit and then maybe get a little bit of that ink off. Otherwise, if I went directly from here to here, I'd have spots that were really, really, really yellow, and this is a little bit more tame. So just kind of a couple of tips there if you're working with ink. All right, and if you're not working with ink, then you'll skip all that part. So now we need to make our little doors. So let's go to our 6x8 pad and grab that. I think actually, hold on. Oh, yes, it's not from the pad. Good thing I looked at the instructions or I'd be like, wait a minute, what? What did I do wrong? These are from 2 of the connected 4x4 cards that we had. All right, so those 2, that's what we're using for our doors. Alrighty, so make sure they're both right side up first. We need to cut those. I have not, in the instructions, told us to cut them. So, let me just tell you what those are, and then we'll cut them. Seven inches. So we need to cut to 7 inches. Now here's the thing. When we go to cut those, I cut 1/2 inch from the top and 1/2 inch from the bottom. of each of those, just so, depending on what you're going to do when you open those up, by cutting a half from the top and a half from the bottom, I still kind of preserve those designs in case you wanted to leave them uncovered, or leave, you know, every other one uncovered. So let's go ahead and trim 1/2 inch from the top and bottom of both of these. My brain at this point. I am one of those. It's funny. My friend Vicky, she can. Well, okay, hold on. My brain is clearly not working. We're good. She can stay up late and design and work. Me, my brain shuts off. My brain stops working after a certain time of night. That's why it's taken me a little bit longer. I early in the morning, I'm a get up, I'm a go to bed. Now that doesn't mean I can't stay up late. I stay up late. I just can't really design, have to think late. But I'm going to go to bed and I will get up early and design if I need to. All right, so here we go. There and here. So we're going to end up overlapping like that. And let's see which ones. It doesn't really matter. I put You're the Sweetest on this side. So now we need our scoreboard again. We need to score 1/2 inch from the right edge of that piece, 1/2 inch from the left edge of that piece. Making sure before I score that my flowers are right side up, right? We don't want upside down dead flowers. Or they could be dried flowers, I guess. Dried flowers hang upside down. All right, so we did 1/2 inch from the right edge of the right little page, and now we'll do 1/2 inch from the left edge of the left little page. Oh, hold on. Oh, look at that. Okay, hold on. I've missed a couple things. Irene said, I must say I'm enjoying my first class enormously, a bit overwhelmed, but really enjoying myself. Irene, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. No need to be overwhelmed at all. This is one of the benefits. I had never taught, prior to COVID, I had always taught in person. Squirrel's upside down. I had always taught in person. I had never taught like this before, but with COVID, we all kind of had to pivot and do things a little bit differently. One of the nice things about teaching this way, if you are taking a class, is that at any time you can pause and then take your time. So that's the beautiful thing. So I encourage you so much. Pause, take your time. Rewind if you need. You can always ask me questions later, or if I can catch them in the chat. But you have all the time in the world. Then Karen said, the timing for this theme kit was perfect for me as a tribute to my dad's life. He died mid-June. Instead of Sweet Life on the cover, I used the Zest for Life sticker, art therapy, y'all. You know what, Karen? I love that. I mean, I don't love that your dad passed away, but I loved that you are, you know, taking this project and turning it into a tribute for dad. That is so special. And the fact that you are making changes to make it work for your purpose, for what you want to use the album for. I love that. So I'm so sorry that you've lost your dad, but I'm sure this will be a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful tribute to him as you add photos and little stories. He was a wonderful man. He lived life to the fullest despite surviving cancer. I love that. So sweet. Sarah, okay, so now we're just chatting. Sarah said, I use the sweet and sour label for my cover as that's life right now. You know what? It is. Not everything is rainbows and butterflies, right? And when you scrapbook, not everything has to be rainbows and butterflies. I mean, you know, you can, if you can capture the hard, you can capture the good and the bad. In my books, I like to leave a lot of room for journaling. You have the option of journaling if you want, or you can add your photos, but in some cases, there's room for hidden journaling. And so those can be good places. If you want to talk about the things that are a little bit more sour, you can. And Mimi said, yeah, great advice. It could be overwhelming the first couple times after taking so many classes. You get the hang of it. Definitely, definitely. All right, so let me go back to this guy. This is my little left door, and I am scoring 1/2 inch from the left. So now I'm curious, Irene, have you ever taken a scrapbook class before? I think I assumed that you were new to mine, but I probably should have clarified. If you've never taken a scrapbook class before. All right, so these now are going to overlay. We need to turn them over, and we'll add our adhesive. That's so funny. Karen also considered the sweet and sour. Irene, I think that means you've never taken a scrapbook class before, correct? Holy moly, woman. Good for you. This is, you know what? I'm impressed. I'm impressed because I would not call this a beginner class by any means. I make some assumptions that people have taken a class before because we don't go over things like how to use a trimmer. I don't know if you, I don't know. You may know how to use a trimmer. Just because you haven't taken a class before doesn't mean that you're a beginning scrapbooker, but yeah, there's a lot of things that we do in this project that are a little bit more advanced. So you should be proud of yourself, Irene. Good for you. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. All right, so there are our little double doors. Your first ever scrapping class. Oh, I'm so honored. All right, there we go. There's our little doors that open. And the one thing I am going to do, we'll do this part together because this wouldn't be as obvious. And I always try to word things in instructions that to make the most sense, but sometimes if you just see it in person, it makes a lot more sense. So this suite is, our door is latched, but it is not locked. Remember when we talked about that before? Latched, meaning we can still open it. If it was locked, suite would be all stuck down, but it's not. But then you guys say, but Lael, this is a foam sticker. So how do I get half of it stuck down, but not the rest? There's a couple of different ways that you could do that. The first way is if you have a powder tool like this, you could just powder the part that is sticking off the edge. Another way, you could put white cardstock on the back of that. But if you put white cardstock on the back of that, you're going to be doing a little bit of fussy cutting because you may not want the white cardstock to show underneath. What I did though, well, we have to do one step first. We have to put this little sticker down right here because that sits on top of that sticker. So let's find that sticker first. That is, oh, so nice of it to be on the first page for us. That is right here. What I love about the Simple Vintage kind of sub line of products that Simple Stories does, it looks so beautiful. It looks like we spent hours layering this and doing a little sewing and added a button and then added some ribbon. It's just vintagey, but it's simple. All that is done for us. It looks like we were mad skills, but it's just one sticker. All right, so this I'm going to put right there. Now, normally I don't put a sticker on a hinge. And what I mean by a hinge, these are our hinges that we create. I normally don't put a sticker on a hinge. But these stickers, they're so thin that they're okay being folded back and forth. If I was trying to do that with a cardstock sticker, that would never stick down. It would keep, popping off, but it's okay there. So there we have that. Now I'm going to take Sweet, but I am going to do what I did before at the very beginning, and I am going to cut Sweet away from the rest of the sheet. So the backer is still there. I had from that point in the W over is hanging off the edge here. So if while this is here, take my little scissors and cut that clear backing right. Actually, you know what? I basically did the same thing. You could still do this with, white cardstock. So wait, we go right here, right to here. So I'm going to come back here and I can remove that backing until that point where I just cut that part of the W. So I'll cut all of that off. Try to do this so you can see it. All right, so that's the piece I just cut off. And all of this, I want to leave this clear part, right? I want to leave it the clear part. So I'm just going to come in and fussy cut this away. So you have 3 different things you could do here. You could use a powder tool here. If you don't have a powder tool, and I have the powder tools on my website, so if you think, oh, I like that, I think I might use that, then next time you order, just add it to your order. But I wanted to show you that you could do this way as well. So I could leave this part on, but fussy cut around. Or if I wanted to take some cardstock, I could just put the cardstock on the back side of that and then trim around it. Either way, though, I'm going to have to fussy cut if I'm not using the powder tool. The powder tool is one of those things. I know you see it and you're like, oh, whatever, I don't need that. But it makes your foam stickers, well, and really, I use Pop Dots with stickers a lot. And it just makes it just a little bit easier to do if you're not trying to mess with something like this. Or trying to get the Pop Dots in the full back of something if you're Pop Dotting it. Okay, so there we go. That's one way that you could do it. This guy goes about right here. So it's latched, but not stuck. Nancy said she sometimes uses baby powder, but wipes off the excess. You could use baby powder. I've heard sometimes people will use cornstarch. I think it's just a matter of, you know, if you had like a little paintbrush or something, if you put your baby powder, or you could try to brush off the excess. I think what makes this nice is just that it has the little, you know, oh, you can see that. That's funny. You could see the powder coming out. Having the little brush makes it a little bit easier. All right, so there we go. What I will have you do to finish, I put Zest for Life here. So in the case of Karen, she put Zest for Life on the front. So she would just switch it out for something else. As we open up, I have left all those blank, but I could put a photo there and then a little border sticker right there. Okay, backside. Backside is super simple. Backside, we're using another frame, and I just want to show this one really quick because this frame, you might think if you were looking at a package like this of frames and think it wouldn't work for a mini album, this is another example where it works. It works because this is a wider page. This is not 6 by 8. This is 6 3/4 by 8, almost and a half. So 6 3/4. That extra width gives us what we need for this to work. Oh, not there. Gives us what we need for this to work here. So this ends up being a little bit over that one hole. So I just repunched the hole. And this little tiny bit sticks off the edge. Just a little tiny bit sticks off the edge. So that little tiny bit that stuck off the edge, that's where I came back in with my little ink blending tool, and I just inked that little piece yellow. So it still hangs off the edge, but you don't really notice it. Photo underneath, and then you make life sweeter and a little foam heart. Alrighty, next up, we don't have too much further to go, you guys. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's a fun one. Mimi said, I love this particular interactive element. I'm glad you like that. And I missed what Miss Waddell is using it for. It sounds like for her sister. That's fun. Yes, baby powder, cornstarch, absolutely. I don't think I'd use flour. Flour is a different consistency, but baby powder and cornstarch, I think, are both, a little bit finer blend. Um, Yep, I think you can, Karen. I've never tried it, but give it a try. Yeah, you're not going to mess anything up, so give it a try, especially if you have like a sticker, an older sticker that maybe you won't use. Pull it out and see how it works. Okay, our next page. We better look at the instructions. 4-inch piece of teal gingham left over from the cover. All right, important, right? Important that I find it. Oh, here we go. So this is our base. When we use this, you want to turn it over and make sure it's the right scale, right? This is how we know it's the right piece. We know that this is the right piece because, and I'm just on the back side of our page. This is the right piece because the scale is larger. That's a big difference between a 12 by 12 paper and a 6 by 8 paper. Not only is it smaller, but the pattern is scaled down, right? So you see, you have less area in a 6 by 8 paper, so most manufacturers will scale down the pattern accordingly. But this is the one we want. We want the one with the larger scale that has that on the other side. That we had left over from the cover. So this guy, we're just making like a little slash pocket. So it is a pocket. You can see that's a pocket. Another great place for photos or memorabilia. That could go right in there. Karen, with your dad, if you, and I don't know, people are up in the air about this. If you decide, if your father had a service, you could maybe add photos from his service. And if you're doing that and you had sometimes people have a little, not a pamphlet, not a brochure by any means, but maybe like a little pamphlet or a little one-sided thing from the funeral service. That could even be something that you just tuck right there in the pocket, just because it'd be kind of a nice little keepsake if you wanted to. That's like I said, people are torn whether some people just want a memorial card. There we go. Some people just want to, not put those kind of things in. Likewise, though, with a pocket like this, Karen, you could do, maybe if someone had sent you a nice card, talking about how much your father meant to them, or maybe you're doing a project like this for a bridal shower or a baby shower or something like that. And the bride or the mother has received cards from someone. You could tuck cards in a pocket like this. So lots of different options. While I'm there, I'll just mention it really quick. The very last page in your book is a blank 6 by 8 pocket page. The program, there we go. Not the brochure, the pamphlet, the program, thank you. It's 9:38 my time and my brain is not working. So the very last page, I have not used this for anything. This is extra. This is a great thing for memorabilia. So for Karen, a program from her father's funeral could go in here. Bridal cards, baby shower cards, Mother's Day cards, whatever you're using the project for. This is a great place, this pocket page like this, to add additional things like that. All right, so for this, let's go to our instructions. We need, this guy. This is also left over from the cover. So these two pieces left over from our front cover. They both have the larger scale. The smaller of the two, this is the 4-inch piece. We want to, basically we need to make this little pocket piece. So we're going to take the piece, grab a pen or a pencil. We are going to measure 1.5 inches from the lower left corner and make a little mark. So 1.5 inches from the lower left corner would put us, I'm going to say right about there. That's easy. 1.5 inches from the lower right corner, make a mark. Then we are going to trim from that mark up to that corner. If you wanted, you could take your ruler, you could take a pencil, draw the line, and then trim on the line, but I don't think we need to do that. I'm not going to do that because all I'm going to do is I'm going to put the mark right there where I know my blade goes and put my corner right there. And voila, there's my little pocket. So with my pocket, I want it to be open here. So I will turn it over and add adhesive along the sides and the bottom. And because I'm going to be putting things in the pocket, I want the pocket to be nice and tight. So I am going to, again, use my double-sided tape. There's a number of different companies that make double-sided tape like this. In fact, sometimes I think sometimes you can even find it at the dollar store. The scrapbook.com tape that I'm using, and I have a couple of different brands that I use. It just depends on what width I need and what's on the top of my stack in the drawer. But the scrapbook.com is on sale all the time. So I think, last time I looked, I think a roll of that's like $2. So it just depends on if you're shopping at scrapbook.com, because obviously if you're only buying that, it's not really worth the shipping, but you can find them usually in lots of different places. Alrighty, good night. Let's see. This is not attached to anything. This will be by itself, a page by itself. Yes, Mimi, we're creating the page. Kelly is going to finish up later. Thank you, Kelly. Have a good night's sleep. Have fun finishing. Oh, Karen. I think I may have missed Karen. Oh, there she is. Karen, good night. And yes, so sorry. All right. So this, we are adhering to the bottom to make our pocket. Now, I want to grab my, going to grab a pocket page to punch the holes. The holes here are along the left. So that, we could have just as easily made that pocket without cutting that piece off. In that case, it just would have been a rectangle pocket instead of that. Just a little bit fancier. And I'm just using a pocket. This pocket is not going in the pocket page. I am just using the pocket page as the template so I know where to punch my holes. All right, so I will leave this page at that. The one thing I want to mention is you're going to use the product strip. So probably what I would do right here is maybe just, I'll just snip it right there. And I would just tuck that in the pocket right now so I have it handy. So later I'm not like, wait a minute, where is that piece? These are just 3x4 cards that I didn't use. So those, if you wanted, you could tuck those in. Sticker, and then a whole little cluster of stickers here. A black circle, a little tag, flowers, and then a black foam heart sticker. All right. So that goes in. Oh, the back side, nothing. You can do whatever you want there. I'll probably just add photos, like photo, or maybe one large 4x6. Not everything has to be super over the top. Now, speaking of over the top, this one has lots going on. Over the top in a good way. Okay, so the base for this is our last chipboard divider. Get some of those things organized. This is the page that I showed much earlier. I showed this one as an example of something that you could do on the chipboard dividers. I took my Salvage Patina ink and my ink blender, and I basically blended around. Ooh, that's still got a lot of ink on it, doesn't it? So there's an example of sometimes it's not a bad idea to test first on a piece of paper. So in this case though, I just did the edges, just kind of all around the edges because I'm putting a piece of paper down. So I don't need to waste ink or time by going in the center. So there we go. That's a really easy way to alter the chipboard dividers. Another way that you could alter the chipboard divider, but it's a lot more work, would be to take 12 by 12 pieces of paper and basically adhere the entire cover or the entire chipboard piece, including the tab, and then fussy cut around the tab. I never do that. That's just too much work. But this, for me. So this would give you kind of that same effect if you wanted to alter the look of just the plain craft color. Okay, so we are graduating now to another page. We are on page 7. Top of page 7. All right. We need the 6x8 teal paper, teal flowers. There we go. This guy. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. I didn't end up using, I don't think I used this side of either of the papers because I had used the 12 by 12 version of that on the cover. So I have taken this and we're just adhering it. Whoopsie. Sometimes you got to go a little bit deeper. Okay, there we go. This just gets adhered right there to the right of the holes. Like so. Then we have another little flip thing going on. So I'm flipping up like that. Here we need our floral 6x8 paper, our yellow floral 6x8. That guy. We are trimming that to 5x7. And then what I did along the bottom, if you have scallop scissors or you have a scallop punch, if you would like, so let's see, 5x7, I did little scallops along the bottom. So I just used scallop scissors to make that little scallop along the bottom. Let's see, hang on. Nancy, time for bed. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you. Good night. Have a good night's sleep. I know it's 9:48 my time. So you East Coasters, I'm impressed. Even the West Coasters, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with everyone. So I just use little scallop scissors to make those. You could, if you don't have scallop scissors, you could use a scallop punch. If you don't have a scallop punch, that is probably the size, I want to say, of it's between a penny and a nickel. And I don't, oh my goodness. This is here. I did something different with this, but for my best friend's album class. It still happens to just be there. So what I could do, that is exactly a penny. So if I wanted to have scallops, I could use a penny. If I didn't have scissors or anything else, I could use a penny, and I need probably half a scallop here. I could trace my little penny like this. I'm not saying you have to do this, but here's a workaround if you would like to have scallops, but you don't have anything to use for scallops. I'll just do this a few times and then show you what it looks like. Okay, so you see my little guys right there? My little half pennies. I just follow those little lines and trim. You pretty much, if you need some kind of circle, scallop, anything like that, you're going to have some kind of circle shape that you could make work around the house. All right, so I won't do the whole thing, but there you go. There's the start of my little scallops. With the penny. See? All right. We need to score 1/2 inch from the top. I'm going to sleep well tonight. We're probably all going to sleep well tonight, huh? That's a lot of brain power that you guys we're all expending, whatever, that we're all using. How about that? All right, so we turn that over. Now in this case, sometimes this is inevitable. Depending on the pattern on the back side, this needs to be this way. And when we flip it up, this black pattern is going to be upside down, but it's not super obvious, and you could just put a photo on there. So this guy is going to adhere right up here. I had it adhere to the top of the paper, not the top of the page, but you could do whatever you wanted. So that goes right there like that. To finish up this little guy, hold on. The remaining piece of teal gingham is also left over from the cover. There it is. That's our piece. Is it? Nope, that's not. I knew that's not. You know how I know that's? You know how I know that's not? Oh boy. Because the scale is too small. So somewhere in your stack of things that you have left over, I have somewhere in my stack. I won't keep digging. I'll just show you what I did. You had one more piece left over from the cover. That's the teal. And so I trimmed it to 1 inch tall and adhered it along the bottom. So basically I adhered it right where the scallops start. And then sitting on top of that is the sunshine foam sticker. Yellow, one of our yellow mats that we had cut, photo, and then a little butterfly sticker. I know Valerie said the foam stickers are her favorite. Mine too. I love the foam. They just, to me, add such a, it's so interesting how if that was a flat sticker, it just wouldn't have the same effect, right? And if we had a flat sticker, we'd have to put pop dots under it. It just wouldn't have the same effect. I think Simple Stories does a lovely job with their foam stickers. To wrap that up, you will add a little tab sticker that says Sweet Moments. On the back side, we have another frame. I also used the same upper right of the screen. Oh, so that one is also not it. You could use it, but that one's not it either. I can tell because it's a smaller scale. I know, that's funny. I'm like, upper right of the screen, what? All right, backside. So backside we will skip, but the backside I also colored the entire, well, not the entire, all around the edges of the chipboard using that salvage patina. I tell you, that salvage patina looks like it was like made to go with this collection, the teal. Then on top of that, I put this piece. So here's a little hint. When I have something like this that I don't particularly care for the verbiage, like this, be sweet, be kind. it just didn't really, I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I could still use this and still use the beautiful pattern all the way around it, but then use one of my chipboard frames in a photo to cover up that little sentiment that I just wasn't crazy about. Nothing wrong with that, just I wasn't crazy about it. So I would go ahead, if you are coloring with ink, go ahead and ink that, add that piece down and left of the holes. And then what I'd say is probably wait to put your chipboard frame down, even though you could, basically what I did here, I just put adhesive under this part and then added my photo. But I would probably wait to add the frame until you add your photo. And then a little tab sticker that says love this. All right, we just have a few left, friends. All right, here we go. Let's put this back. Do a little musical chairs. I will tell you, I will not be cleaning up this mess tonight. And you have my permission to not clean up your mess tonight either. All right. Next page. This one we'll skip. We'll just look at it together. So the base of this page is our lined notebook insert. So here what we're doing, this is the page when it is finished. We are scoring the page. So we're scoring and then folding over. Your instructions will tell you to cut this piece, which it's not this one that we just used, obviously, but you'll cut, actually you'll have this piece left over because we skipped the page that used the rest of this piece. So anyhow, I just used what was left over to go right there. So we just have a nice little border. You're adding the squeeze and lemon foam stickers, a little flat bee sticker, add some zest, make a happy life. So super simple. Backside, this is a great spot for journaling, right? Even this is a great spot for journaling. I know not everyone is a journaler. I know not everyone likes to write. And if you don't want to write, no pressure, add your photos. But if you want to write, this is a great spot. And then another great spot here on the back. So that was my thought on the back. That's why I left the back really pretty simple. Little sticker, and 2 foam heart stickers. Alrighty, this guy. This is where we needed to swap out one of the pieces where I grabbed the wrong piece. So in this case, we are now looking for our teal and yellow piece instead of the teal and white piece. It was the exact same size. I should know better. I should have seen that coming. It was like foreshadowing. I should have seen that coming when I made those both the same size. Anyhow, if you did what I did earlier, the piece that you will be using here has teal on one side, but it has yellow on the back instead of the white. All right, so the page that we're doing here is the 6x8 pocket page, but I did something really different. Do you see? Number one, I cut the pocket page way down. All right, I cut it way, way down. But the other thing I did, and this probably isn't as easy to see, and I don't think I talked about this in the instructions just because this is really hard to try to explain in the written instructions. My pocket page stops right here. So I cut it down and cut across so that for this pocket, I can easily slide in my photos without having to pull everything out of the pocket page, all right? The reason that I kept, how do I say this? The reason why I didn't do it on the back side, I still need this hole. I could have just made my pocket page like this, so it was like that on the front and the back. But if I did that, I wouldn't have this hole anymore. And when I went to put this in my book, it would constantly fall out the bottom because it wasn't being held in by 2 holes. Lilia, hi. Hi and bye. So glad, I'm so glad that you hopped in and said hello. I'm glad you like the albums. I'm glad you got hooked on your first December documented class 2 years ago. You will be using this album for concert photos and tickets. I love that. It's so cool. It's so neat to me to hear what you guys use the books for, what you actually put in them. So I love hearing different ideas. And good night. Lilia. Not good night, everyone, but Lilia. All right, so as I was saying, here I didn't do the same on the back side because then it would be kind of weird. I guess I could. You know what? I'm going to try this. I'm just going to try because I don't know what'll happen. I will try it on this one so we can kind of all do it together. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put this piece in to the 6x8 pocket page, and I need to cut it. I'm going to first cut it to size. I can, again, either do this with my scissors or I can do it with my trimmer. So we'll come over here and cut off the top. All right, so I'm cutting off the top. Now let's take this out and let's make our pocket. And then when we come back, we'll know where to cut more of this. So, instructions. To do this, with the bottom of page 7, trim the black gingham 6x8 paper to 5 inches. So, black gingham 6x8. Oops, that's the sticker book. Won't find it there. There we go. The black gingham 6x8 paper needs to be 5 inches tall. All right. Now we need one of our little journal element pieces. And it is the piece that looks like that. Has a little circle on it. I can't remember offhand if it has a full circle or a half circle. I should put this page back, wherever this goes. Okay. Dig until we find it. Okay, here we go. So it is this piece. Mimi is going to use it for pictures of her 2 great nephews, 2 and 5. Oh my gosh, I love that. Here's another example. We have 2 boys. They're now almost 24 and almost 21. But I didn't have little girls in my life. I didn't have girls to scrapbook pictures of our girls. We didn't have girls, but I didn't have pictures of daughters that I could have pink and flowers and all different things like that. Don't ever, ever, ever let that stop you from doing what Mimi's doing. She is using this beautiful collection and she's putting photos of her great nephews that are boys. That is absolutely okay. You do what you want to do. And if you don't have girls in your life, then absolutely put boys in a project like this. Or pull out your pink and put boys in pink because that's okay. All right. So what we're doing here, let's see what my instructions say instead of just winging it. Trim the black journal element piece in half and adhere to the top. So let's trim this in half. This piece is, well, I just wing it. About half. Eyeball. There we go. It's in half. Using, where was that? Using the half circle as your guide, trim. Now here's the thing. This is what I did. It's really hard to tell with my photos in there, but see what I did? See, I used that half circle as a guide and I trimmed that piece out. You don't have to do that. If you wanted your pocket to be like that and that to just kind of be the top, you could, but I'm going to do that. So I'll take my little scissors here and I'm leaving the yellow. I'm just cutting off the white part. So now we have a little notch in our pocket. And then if you need to go in after and clean that up because there's a little bit of white, you can. Or here's also a trick. So I have a little bit of white. I didn't quite get it. You're not really going to notice. But if I wanted, that bothered me, I could then come in and take my little yellow and just yellow away that white. Then you really wouldn't notice it. Like that. Okay, so this guy is, oh, this is funny. After I did that, there's obviously a top and a bottom. Well, I did the top one. I cut the circle out of the top one, which means I turn it over and my butterflies are flying upside down. So bear with me a minute. Let's just do that the right way. See, we all do things like that without really realizing what we did. No harm. And if the butterflies are upside down, no one probably would have noticed. Oh, Lael, not even paying attention. I'm just not following along with what my instructions were telling us to do. Because third time's going to be the charm. Clearly, and I'm sure some of you guys were like, Lael, if you want that to work, you probably need to do that first. And then, and then come in and trim your circle. Goodness gracious. I actually have a number of different circle punches, and I thought, I wonder if a circle punch will punch that out exactly, but I didn't have one that was that exact. Okay, there we go. Now we're taking that. I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow. I'm not going to have a voice. We're taking that and we're going to adhere it, but just along the sides and the bottom because we want that to be a pocket. And I am leaving about 1/4 of an inch down at the bottom of the teal showing, just so that we just have a little bit more color down there. Like that. And again, because I may be shoving a lot of pictures and things, cards or whatever, into this pocket, I want it to stay strong, so I'm using that, my double-sided. But your regular adhesive will work too if you don't have double-sided. All right, so this will go about 1/4 inch-ish from the bottom. All right. This now is going back into my pocket page. Oh, one little quick thing I want to mention about this last page. When you put these together, Anna says, I'm jet lagged from being out east for 14 days. I have no idea what time it is. Irene, I love that. Irene said, everything in this project reminds me of Italy and more specifically Sicily. Maybe I will dedicate it to my memories of my travels. You could totally make it be a travel. It's not travel themed at all, but it doesn't have to be, right? I love that. All right, one quick thing I want to mention. This sticker that I put at the bottom, it's actually cut off. And the rest of that sticker, look where it is. It's down there on the edge of our pocket page. So when you go to decorate this, you're adding that foam sticker, foam stickers, and then the rest of that sticker right there. All right. So here, this is what I did. I then came in with my scissors and I cut right along here until I hit the point where basically my pocket opens. So I will come along this side and do the same thing. I've never tried this particular, I cut my pocket pages all the time. I've never tried this particular technique before this project, like cutting, leaving part of the pocket page off. You know what I mean. My words are, the later it gets, the harder my, clearly, the later it gets, the harder I have putting my words together. There we go. Harder time. Whoa. Okay. Luckily, you guys are probably tired too, so what I'm saying is probably making sense. All right. Then I just cut right across here. The thing that I now want to try, this is how I did it before. But there was one more thing that I wanted to try because I'm just curious if this would work or not. So I'm going to try it on this guy. So, gosh, that last little piece, this doesn't want to cut. Hang on. There, okay. So it is open here. And the whole reason for that, it's open there, so it's really easy for me to pull in, like look at my photos, add them in and out or memorabilia or whatever. But on the back side, I don't have that same benefit because I left it closed back here. So what I wanted to see was what happened if, remember, I can't cut it across the top because I lose the top hole. But I wonder what happens if I do the same thing on the back side. Oh, before I do that, let's do the no, I'm not going to do it that way because I don't want to do the whole back right now. So just bear with me a sec, friends. I'm just going to put this back in here. And I might as well, I'll be the guinea pig so we know what happens. I will stop right. So basically the only part we're leaving from the top here is that little part of the pocket page that has the hole in it. Aha! So it'll totally work. Now, I can, on both sides, be able to easily get my photos in and out as I look at them. I still have my hole, and then the back side, I can do the same thing with my pocket. Okay. Now let's just look at one more thing. Let's see what happens when we try to put it back in the album. It should still totally work. But this is kind of the moment of truth. Oh yeah, look, totally works. I wouldn't like be too aggressive when you're turning the page, but yeah, that would totally work. Okay, so let's just talk about the back side because the back side, you are going to make a pocket very similar to the front side. This is part of a 6x8 piece of paper. Let's read the instructions. Page 8. Lemon 6x8 paper in half. One, we are putting our adhesive along the sides and the bottom for the pocket. We had a black gingham scrap. So after you've done everything until this point, you should have a black gingham scrap, and that is just kind of the topper of that pocket. Oh, the other thing that I did here, and you probably noticed, because look at the difference in the color. I took some of my squeezed lemonade ink again, and basically just did what we've done before to the paper, just to give it a little bit of a different look on that page. Alrighty, let's put this guy in. We have one more that we're going to do together, and the last one we'll talk about, and then we will be done. I'm going to grab both of those right now. Okay, so second to the last page. We have the scattered polka dot page as our base. This is, we're doing kind of another one of our little doors. All right, so, but this page, it's smaller. I made the page smaller again just so things were a little bit of a different size. So let's go to, we are trimming, I didn't tell us to trim that. We need to trim it. So I'm going to tell us what to trim it to. This piece needs to be 6 1/4 by 8. So 6 1/4 by 8. So let's first make it 6 1/4. Don't cut it to 8 just yet because we want to take some off the top and the bottom. So 6 1/4. I think we want to do 1/4 inch off the top and 1/4 inch off the bottom. And that should get us what we need. So it is 6.5 inches wide by 8 inches tall. Take a quarter off the top and a quarter off the bottom. All right, so now we need the white, black, duh. I'm reading the instructions to tell me to get that piece of paper. The white, black floral paper, so this guy. That we are trimming to 5.25 inches wide. Look at my workspace, such a mess. I wish I could say I don't always do this, but I do. It's always a mess. All right, so we are going to score 1/2 inch from the right edge because we're making our little door. Scores on the right, opens from the left. 1/2 inch would be 4 3/4. There we go. Oh, yes, if you have a scoreboard, always, always, always put the tool back where it goes. Otherwise, you'll be searching for it forever. I speak from experience. Okay. Put our double-sided tape. And that is going to the right edge, flush with the right edge of our piece. I'm just going to rotate that because it's easier again for me to hold on to my right hand. I must have measured wrong somewhere. I'm a little bit too long, so we'll just trim that off. Okay, now I'm going to take my corner rounder. I want some of the corners rounded. So those outside corners I would like rounded. And then these corners. But before we round those corners, not those bees. Bees somewhere. All right. Let's talk about the rest of it. Because the bees, I bet we have not cut the bees yet because we probably skipped the bees in one of our other pages. Well, you have a piece of yellow bee paper floating around in your scraps. So when you locate that piece of, there it is. It has the teal gingham on the other side because my brain is like, seriously, it's gone. All right, so this guy, there is our bee paper. Our bee paper, we will adhere to the edge of this. That's just the edge of our little white door here. Okay, and I'm a little too tall again. In real life, too, I'm a little too tall. I used to be 5'10", and now I'm like 5'8.5", which I think that happens as you get older, but I'm shrinking. All right, so now we also want to do these corners as well, like that, and like that. So there is the base of our page. Let me put that away, and then we will look at what you will do to finish that off. I have adhered a teal circle sticker. On top of that teal circle sticker, say that 10 times in a row fast. On top of that teal circle sticker is the lemon sticker and Squeezable. That is one of our foam stickers. When we open that up, there is nothing on the back of this. So it's still sticky. That is where I use my little powder tool to unstick that sticker. And then on the inside, photos, journaling, whatever you'd like to add. The back of that is plain. So either one big 4x6 photo or maybe two smaller, like 3.5 by 5 photos is what I would put there. All right, friends, we're in the home stretch. We are talking about our last page. Okay, where is it? Okay, here it is. All right. This is the front of the page. Our last page is a 4x6 pocket page, right? Top pocket and bottom pocket. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yes, 4x6, 4x6. So here I am taking pieces that we have left over and doing basically 4x6 photo mat. So a 4x6 card, 4x6 card, and then that is a photo. That white is a photo. That obviously is teal, and then adding some stickers. But let's talk about the back side, and then we're going to come back and look at the front side for again in a second and talk about something that you could do on the front. On the back, we are using what will be our very last, that's not that one, here we go, very last chipboard frame. This is a case where this chipboard frame obviously is bigger than our pocket page, right? Again, we might be looking at chipboard frames like this in a package thinking, I want to use these, but they won't work in my mini book. This is a way that we make this one work. This for me would only work on the back of a pocket page like this. If I tried to put it on the front, this is what would happen. This would be hanging over this part, and it would get in the way of our pages trying to turn, right? This would be hanging over, and then it'd be getting in the way, and it would ruin that piece. So if I want to use this in my pocket page, my mini book, I have to use it on the back side because the back side is not going to get in the way of anything, right? I should say correct. So this gets adhered to the top of our pocket page over the holes, so we have to punch the holes, all right? And then our photos go in here. But what that leaves us with, and this is another personality thing, this may bother the heck out of you and you think I can't do that. Or you'll be like, oh yeah, that's fine, I'm fine, I don't care. So what that leaves us with though, on this side, we can totally see that raw chipboard, right? You can totally see the raw chipboard part of that frame. If that bothers you, when I teach with washi, one of the tricks that I like to take or use with washi would be something like this. So real quick, let me grab, and you can use any washi, but I'm just going to grab my legs are ready to fall off. They're so tired. Hang on. Where is, let's see if I can find it. I'm across the room, that's why you can barely hear me. I'm looking for my pouch that has Simple Vintage Lemon Twist in it. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is what I needed to get. Because this is my, so yes, you could ink it. For sure you could ink it, Sarah. That's a great idea. Because actually that's what I did over here. I inked over here yellow. So you could ink this. Obviously you'd need to ink it before you adhere it. But one of my favorite things to do with washi when I work with a pocket page is this. And like I said, you could use any colored washi. It doesn't have to be from Simple Vintage Lemon Twist. But you can take your washi and just go right over the holes. Like that. Okay, so not only is that functional, right? It's functional because I covered up stuff I didn't want to see, but it's also form. It's also cute. Now, I would come back and do that on this other side too because that would bother me. But when I do that, I just need to repunch the holes and then I'm fine. So that actually works for another reason. We can use it that way to be decorative. We can use it that way to cover up something that we don't want to see. But we could also use it that way if you have pocket pages that have a different hole configuration than your album. So you may have an album like this And you may have some pocket pages from, let's say, Heidi Swap. She does 6x8, but she doesn't have 2 holes. I think she has 4 holes. You might look at your pocket page and think, oh, well, I can't use pocket pages in this album because the holes are in the wrong spot. Not if you put washi over them, right? You can completely cover up the holes and then punch the holes where you want them to be, not where they are. So that means you could make pocket pages and albums work interchangeably regardless of hole placement or ring placement. The other thing that is also kind of beneficial in doing something like that is sometimes your pocket pages, they just stretch and stretch and eventually they might tear. It doesn't happen very often, but the thicker you get your books, the more strain is on the holes. So that's another way you can use washi like that to reinforce the holes or to repair or mend a torn pocket page. So when you do that, you don't even notice that that little frame is there. Okay, friends. Whoo! All right, we are 4.5 hours in. Remember when I said, oh yeah, we'll be about 3 hours? Well, oh goodness. I like to talk. But we also had a lot to do. That was a lot. So I'm going to do this. Well, let me talk about one more thing. I purposefully did not add any stickles in the inside because I can't do that while we're working because things would never dry and they'd get stickles everywhere. But there are a lot of places. If you are using stickles, there's all kinds of places. Like I said, I'd come in and put this stickle almost on every lemon because I think it'd be so cute because then they just look like they're juicy little lemons. If you did this stickles, the platinum or mercury glass, color kind of goes along with our little tinsel, right? So if I wanted, I could maybe take this little guy and put it in the center of that little flower just to give it a little bit more sparkle, right? If I wanted, I could put maybe a little bit on this bee, like a little stripe on the bee. So I didn't show a lot of places other than the cover where you could put the stickles just because it's a little bit harder as we're working. But like, look at that. Just a little bit of that stickle right there and a little bit on the bee. And it just makes it look like you've just given so much additional like depth to your project by just putting a little bit of glitter glue on it, right? All right, friends, I am going to turn the camera. I have to do a couple things. I have to turn on the overhead lights first because I can't be in front of those really bright lights, the studio lights, because it's too late at night and I'm too old to have that shining in my face because it's not attractive. All right, so here we go. Oh yes, Regina. Okay, perfect. I will show you. I'm going to show Regina. Regina was asking about the product. So here's the thing. Simple Stories, hold on, I'm across the room. Simple Stories they haven't started shipping the product yet. I do a lot with Simple Stories. I worked there for 6 years, and if you guys have followed me, you know a lot of my projects I use Simple Stories because I love their products, and I love the people. So I have samples. I have to be really clear about this. I do not have my order, but I have samples. So, Anna, okay, hang on a sec. You don't have a B page left, but do have the Singer's Soda one left. You know what? Let's do this, Anna. Will you do me a favor and send me an email? Will you take a picture of what you have left? Because then I will kind of go back and figure out where I think you may have used the pieces. But it'll take me a little while to kind of go back and figure that out. And my brain is not in a spot tonight to be able to do that. So if you would do that for me, I would be happy to help you figure out kind of maybe where things got mixed up. Okay, so back to this, Regina, and anyone else that's still watching because you're curious. I have not received my order. I just have samples because I've worked with them so closely over the years. All right, so I haven't even really opened any of this. This is the base of the album. Mimi, thank you. Yes, anyone that wants to take off, yeah, we are done. Thank you guys for coming to class. Thank you for buying the kit. I hope you enjoy it. And if you have any questions, just yell. And I hope that you guys finish, and I hope you add pictures, because the pictures are the important part, right? That's super important. And the stories. All right, so this is the album, and the album has things in it already. So, super cute inserts that are part of it. This is a 2-inch album, so the rings are 2 inches, so it has room for tons and tons and tons of things. Their Christmas albums always are 2 inches. Look at this. How cute is that one? So cute. Anyhow, and then it has pocket pages too. So I am mixing 2 of their Christmas collections that I mentioned. One is Make It Merry, and this is the Make It Merry album. So I am using the Make It Merry sticker book. And now you guys know all about the sticker books because, like, literally, I haven't even looked at any of this yet. You know about the sticker books because we just used one. If you could see the floor in my craft room right now, I have all the product samples for the Halloween flip book I'm doing. I'm getting ready to decide what I'm using for a fall layout, all different kinds of things. Anyhow, so that is the Make It Merry sticker book that we will be using with a full page of really fun numbers. Actually, 2 full pages of really fun numbers. Thank you, Irene and Irene. If you have questions about anything, please don't hesitate. Let me know. The paper pad from Holidays. So the 2 collections, Make It Merry and Holidays, I am mixing together. So that one will be super fun. The Make It Merry foam stickers. We talked about how much we love the foam stickers. So Make It Merry foam stickers. Hi, sweetie.
Love you, good night.
Good night. Love you too. I don't have the Holidays chipboard.
You know it's almost 11 p.m.
I know it's almost 11. I know, sweetie. Thank you.
I'm sure some of these ladies have families that their children would like to say goodnight.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Well,
Peanut Gallery's chiming in. Thank you, sweetie. Love you too. Good night. Okay, so the Make It Merry foam stickers, the Holidays chipboard stickers, which I don't have sample of, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 by 12 papers. So Regina, that is what is in the kit. Oh, no, it's not. Hello. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. 2 packages of die cuts. These are wood grain numbers. Because when I do the December documented, I do a story for every day, but you don't have to do it that way. And then there's also a package of the Holidays bits and pieces. So that's it. And if you need a recap of that, Regina, just let me know. Okay, friends, now I'm going to turn the camera. Now I am going to turn the camera. So let's unplug. Now just remember, it's 10:30 at night, and I've been standing and talking for 4.5 hours. So I won't be looking my best right now. All right, here we go. Whip. And if I just showed you this corner of my eye, it'd be all good. Let's just talk like this for the rest. I'm just kidding. All right. Okay, friends. All right. We're crooked. Let's fix that. Okay. Thank you guys. That was fun. That was a lot. Those of you that hung in there the whole time. And when I say that, I mean whether you were live with me or whether you're watching on the replay. You may be watching on the replay and you may be right along with us, right? If I didn't tell you it was a replay, you wouldn't know it was a replay. You'd just think it was live. So that's a big project. That is a lot that we tackled. You don't have that much left to do. We got all of the hard work out of the way. You have all the easy stuff now. You're just going to add cards, you're going to add your photos, you'll add some stickers, and you'll be ready to go. So I hope that you finish, even if it's years from now. because it happens, I know. Work it in when you can. Let's see. I'm just looking. Michelle. Oh, you're sweet. Thank you. I love it. I love what I do. It's very fun. And I get the best of both worlds because I get to play with the product and design it, and then I get to interact. Well, not really interacting with you guys. I'm just kind of talking at a screen, but I'm still interacting with you guys because you're typing. And even if you're not chatting, then I'm still interacting with you because I know you're there. Okay, friends. Let's see. Miss Waddell said, great class, and I really enjoyed all the tips. I've been scrapbooking over 23 years, but I still learned a lot. I'm so glad. I always hope when I teach something that no matter how long you've been crafting, whether you're brand new or whether you're a seasoned scrapbooker or crafter like Miss Waddell, that there are a couple things that you learn new, right? Because I think we can always keep learning, whatever it is that we're doing. So thank you guys. Thank you for sticking with me tonight. Those of you that weren't able to get the kit but purchased access to the instructions and the video, the class, I am glad you did that because it's the next best thing. You may not have the product, but hopefully you've been able to source the product from somewhere else, somewhere that still had a little bit in stock before they sold out. Okay, friends, if you are used to joining us on Saturdays, we'll be back together again this Saturday. So that would be Saturday the 14th, I believe, of August. So we'll be doing our listing this Saturday. So watch for an email coming on Friday. Ooh, Friday the 13th. I just realized that. Watch for an email on Friday, this Friday, like I always do, the day before we list with our listing topics, and we'll go from there. And if you don't do that with us and I won't see you this Saturday, well, I hope to see you sometime here in the future. Have a great rest of your evening. Hopefully you're going to bed soon if you're with us live. Otherwise, have a great day, have a great week, have a great month, have a great year. And I hope to see you guys around again soon. All right, you guys, thank you.